Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The family and has arrived. May we please show honor by rising up. Ushers, please assist the family to get settled. We may sit down. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades, friends, family, I am Zodwa Mvulane. I will be co-directing this program for today with Ambassador Daphne Africa. Few housekeeping rules just before we start the program. Please, those that have their mobile phones with them, just as a show of respect, please put it on silent. And if you really have that pressing call that you have to attend to, ensure that it's on a vibration mode. Like I've indicated, I'm the program director for the day. And as we start the program, may I indicate that today the rising tide lifts all boats. By that I mean Paul Daphne today lifted us all to come and honor him. This is a man that had the energy, that yearned to see South Africa liberated. And even after we have gained liberation, he still yearned to see everybody being free economically. But also, he was quite an interesting character where all the time he found himself straddling between politics and governance. And he did that well. He was a mentor and a teacher to a lot of us, including myself. Now we are about to start our program. As we start our program, let's have the opening prayer. I, okay.
Let us pray. God our Father, your Son Jesus Christ died and rose again for our salvation. We entrust to you the soul of your servant Paul, praying that he and all the faithful departed may be revealed as your children when Christ shall come again, to whom with you and the Holy Spirit be honor and glory, now and forever. Heavenly Father, in your Son Jesus Christ, you have given us a true faith and a sure hope. Help us to live as those who believe in the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, and the resurrection to eternal life, and strengthen this faith and hope in us all the days of our life. By your mighty power, you gave us life, and in your love you have given us new life in Christ Jesus. We entrust Paul to your merciful keeping, in the faith of Jesus Christ, your Son, our Lord, who died and rose again to save us, and is now alive and reigns with you in the Holy Spirit in glory forever. Almighty God, Father of all mercies and giver of all comfort, deal graciously with those who mourn, that casting all their care on you, they may know the consolation of your love, through Jesus Christ our Lord. May God, in his infinite love and mercy, bring the whole church, living and departed, in the Lord Jesus, to a joyful resurrection and the fulfillment of his eternal kingdom. Amen.
It is now time for us to learn about Paul Daphne through the reading of his obituary. And before we read the obituary, choir, may we get serenaded by just one stanza of any song that you'll be singing while we request Mayor Taylor to come to the fore. Okay.
Thank you for that. Good morning. Unfortunately, there are some factual errors in the physical copy of the obituary, so I'm going to be reading a different version, but you should still be able to follow along, and feel free to make corrections if you would like. Obituary of the late Paul Daphne. Paul Graham Daphne was born on the 25th of January, 1951, in Nigel. His parents were Peter and Jean Daphne, both Second World War veterans. Peter and Jean raised 3 sons, Jeremy, Paul, and Robert. The Daphnes moved to a family sheep farm outside Stutterheim in the Eastern Cape, where they lived until Paul was 8 years old. The family then moved to various mining areas around Carltonville. Paul completed his high school at Christian Brothers College in Kimberley. Post-matric, he spent a year working on his uncle's farm in Zambia. After that, Paul started a law degree at Wits, where he was initially conscientized about the evils of apartheid. He inadvertently joined a student protest march and was detained along with other students, taken off to the infamous John Vorster Square in downtown and interrogated by security police. This moment forced him to confront the reality of the apartheid system and to think deeply about the injustices around him. From then on, his life was dedicated to the struggle against apartheid. Paul completed a BSc Agriculture degree at the University of Natal in Pietermaritzburg. While working as an agronomist for Anglo-American in the 1970s, he introduced cassava as a food crop into southern Africa. Paul then worked as a researcher at the University of Zululand and was present when the infamous Ngoya massacre happened in 1983, during which Paul was a key target for Inkatha, the political movement which was led by Chief Buthelezi, who, at the time, was an ally of the apartheid government. Fortunately, he managed to escape and traveled all over the country, speaking at events, exposing the details of the Ngoya massacre. It was soon apparent that he would not be permitted to return to the Zululand University. So during 1984 and 1985, Paul completed a master's degree in development studies at the Institute for Social Studies in The Hague, Netherlands. Returning to South Africa, he worked for the Catholic Church under Archbishop Dennis Hurley, himself a vigorous opponent of the apartheid system, researching Catholic lands in the province of Natal. Paul moved to Mahikeng in 1988 to take up a post as a lecturer in development studies at the University of Bophuthatswana. There he joined the struggle against Lucas Magope, the repressive Bantustan of Bophuthatswana. Paul joined the UNIBO Staff Association, where he was soon elected secretary. When John Lewis, the chairperson of the association, was deported in January 1990, a massive protest march to Gerona from UNIBO took place, led by Paul and Job Mahoro, among others. From then on, Paul became public enemy number 1 for Bophuthatswana's president, Lucas Magope. Paul and fellow Staff Association member Mandla Magwechana were soon after both detained by BOP security police for 2 weeks. During June of that year, the Mahikeng Anti-Repression Forum, MAREF, was formed to fight the repression in Bophuthatswana. The organization had its work cut out for it, as repression in BOP escalated at the very time it was easing in the rest of South Africa. In August that year, the ANC branch was relaunched in Mahikeng under a blanket of strict secrecy at the consulting rooms of Dr. David Green, who was then the chairperson of MAREF. Comrade Job Mahoro was elected chairperson of the branch, while Paul was made secretary. It was announced next week in the Mahikeng Mail, which featured an iconic front-page picture of Paul and Job. Next week, the names and photos of the entire committee were revealed. Mass repression soon followed in November, with more than 100 comrades being rounded up from throughout BOP and taken to Mmabatho to be subjected to torture and interrogation. Paul managed to escape to Joburg in the boot of a car, and together with David Green and Job Mogoro, who had also escaped, led the publicity campaign for the release of all the detainees. In January 1991, Paul and Dr. David Green were both deported from BOP. Bophuthatswana had the status of an independent country, but throughout the world was only recognized by the apartheid South African regime. So Mangophe frequently used the weapon of deportation to get rid of South Africans who opposed him, claiming they were not BOP citizens. Paul, together with his then wife and fellow activist Laura Taylor, moved to the small holding area of Rooigrond, which was just outside of the BOP boundary. Both were heavily involved with the activities of Marif that year, especially when the famous and titanic BOP political prisoner hunger strikes began. At that stage, there were still 166 political prisoners left in BOP, whilst all other political prisoners had been released from the rest of the country. Once again, the farcical independent country status of BOP was the reason they were not released. All other political prisoners throughout South Africa were released except in BOP. In response to the political prisoners embarked upon a series of mass hunger strikes throughout most of 1991 and into the beginning of 1992. Paul's full-time occupation became opposing the Mangophe regime from the thatch roof cottage at Rooigrond using a telephone, computer, printer, and fax machine. Paul and the Marif team worked tirelessly that year to support the BOP hunger strikes. Early in 1992, all the political prisoners had been released with the exception of Timothy Piri, who had been the leader of the 1998 coup in Mmabatho. He was only finally released in 1994. Paul also was a leader in the anti-BOP coalition that had formed to coordinate resistance activities throughout the BOP areas and spent many days driving around to meetings in Johannesburg and other areas. In December of 1991, Paul and Laura's house in Rooigrond, which had become the headquarters and meeting place of Marif, was burnt down under mysterious circumstances. Briefly, the couple were forced to move into Mahikeng. They had attended a reception party for one of the recently released political prisoners, China Monyadi, during which the venue was suddenly surrounded by police and army, and Paul was detained at gunpoint. He spent 3 days in jail as lawyer Mangal Panchia worked to get him released. He made an appearance in court and then was redeported once again. This necessitated a 3-month move to Johannesburg. Circumstances finally dictated a move to the Eastern Cape, where Paul took up a position at the lecturer at Fort Hare University. As soon as the Mangophe regime was overthrown in March of 1994, Paul returned to Mahikeng to take up a position in the transitional government. Part of his duties included the lowering of the BOP flag and the raising of the South African flag. After the 1994 first democratic elections, Paul served as Chief of Staff in the Premier's office under Popo Molefe. He subsequently became a DDG under the DG Job Mogoro, ever comrades in arms. On 9th of August 1994, Paul's first son, yours truly, Daniel, was born. On the 6th of February 1997, Paul's second son, my brother, Matthew, was born. Between 2005 and 2009, Paul took responsibility for fostering 3 young girls who he accepted as his daughters and supported. Their names are Gina, Tsidi, and Itumeleng. Meanwhile, he took up a position as CEO of the Northwest Parks Board in 1998, where he took the unprecedented step of lowering his own salary while raising the salaries of the lowest paid workers. The next year, he refused an increase, and it was only in the 3rd year that the board forced him to accept an increase. Northwest Parks Board became the parastatal that had the smallest difference between highest and lowest paid workers in the country. Whilst thriving in every other way under Paul's leadership, Paul was living the ideals of the struggle. to create a country where all people are given the dignity of a fair wage. In 2003, Paul moved to Pretoria to take up a position as an executive manager of parks in Sandparks, where he stayed until 2016. Paul's passion for conservation and the establishment and management of all our national treasures, the national and provincial parks, found full expression during these years. Paul was a dedicated steward of the earth as well as of the people. Later, in 2016, he got a position as Chief of Staff in the office of the late Edna Molewa, Minister of Environmental Affairs. Through this, he was still involved in the struggle for a protection of the environment. Paul moved back to Mahikeng in 2021 to work as an economic advisor to Premier Bushimape. Paul passed away, still very much in the saddle. He is survived by his fiancée, Disa, his children, Daniel and Matthew, foster children, Gina, Tsidi, and Atumeleng, his brothers, Jeremy and Robert, and his ex-wife, Laura. Dad, you lived a full life. I am proud to be your son. You were a lot of things to a lot of people, but to me you were a loving father. I'm going to miss you dearly. This life will be much harder without you. I hope to meet you again in the afterlife when my time comes. I love you, Dad. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, what a colorful life. An activist throughout, a leader through and through. And Paul used to believe in the mantra that says, if leadership matters, then politics matters more. That was him. May I also take this opportunity to acknowledge that in our midst, let me start with the family. Family, you are heartily welcome, and we are here to mourn with you, but also take this opportunity to also acknowledge the Ramagaga family that is accompanying Disa, to also acknowledge the leadership of this province that is led by Ntate Mabe, who is the Premier. We also have the MECs, we have Memohono, we have Utatu Sambata, Utatu Lehari, no Memuilwa, who have just joined us. Also, we have the first citizen of this city, the city of Mahikeng. Also in our midst, we have the veterans. It was quite interesting to see next to Paul Daphne's name, they have written veteran. I couldn't comprehend. Time goes by and quite quickly. So when other comrades are now called veteran, it becomes a very uncomfortable space, but that's life. We also have in our midst the Sisulu family, Ume no Tatu Sisulu. Then may I take this opportunity to have the mayor welcoming us into the city of Mahikeng. Over to you, sir.
Morning, Program Director. I thought maybe perhaps I'll stand with a song. Or is it fine? Okay. Program Director, the bereaved family of Comrade Paul Daphne, Premier Ntate Gaubitsa Mape, our beloved and erstwhile Premier, Professor Job Mokoro, MECs who are present here today, Memo Hono, Witumelo Muilwa, the Provincial Treasurer of the ANC, Ntate Lehare, and also the MEC of Community Safety, the Provincial Secretary of the South African Communist Party, Ntate Mmabatho, members of the Communist Party, COSATU, and I see amongst our midst, Comrade Thato Mahogodi and others. And I thought Ntate Lehare, Convention Center should be full at this moment, considering the contribution that Comrade Paul has done in our lives. Let me also greet the councillors, Mahosi, the members of the clergy who are here today, veterans of the struggle. I see Ntate Dolo, Ntate Sisulu, Lemme, Ntate Tlhabanyane, Renebe, Ntate Kwabeni as well, and others that I cannot mention here today. Comrades, friends, the people of Mahikeng, Dumela. As we welcome you in Mahikeng today, the home of Comrade Paul, I want us to celebrate his life and the contribution that he has done in our lives. And for me to be standing here today as one of the young mayors Premier through the contributions of Comrade Paul. Comrade Paul falls under a great generation of men and women who ushered in a long-awaited freedom and democratic dispensation, which saw us having what we call a one-man, one-vote. Comrade Paul is a pioneer and pathfinder who made it possible for us to be standing here as mayors, as councillors, premiers, MECs, and government officials of a new democratic South Africa. And for that, we shall remain indebted to his selfless sacrifices. Our debt to the heroic Paul in the service of the people of Mahikeng, the country, can never be repaid. He has earned our undying gratitude. The people of Mahikeng and South Africa at large will never forget his sacrifices, and his memories shall forever be engraved in our hearts. Last year, we had a conversation Premier Ntate Paul Daphne, and he was telling me the stories of how the new South Africa was ushered in. The dropping of the old Bophuthatswana flag in Garona and hoisting of the new South African flag. And one of his passions, Premier, I think I should put it upon your shoulders, was to refurbish Garona government precinct and also to write short stories about how freedom came into being in South Africa. I know that if I put it upon your shoulders, Premier, the dreams and aspirations of Ntate Daphne will be realized through you. Now, let me take this opportunity as well to say that you are all duly welcome in Mahikeng. Let us join hands together and mourn the great memory of a great giant. And I wish to bid farewell to Comrade Paul through the poem Yahandate Don Matera when he said, remember to call at my grave when freedom finally walks the land, so that I may rise to treat familiar parts, to see broken chains, fallen prejudice, forgotten injuries, and pardoned pains. And when my eyes have filled their sight, do not run away for fright if I crumble into dust again. It will only be a bliss of a long-awaited dream when freedom finally walks the land. I can say that, Premier, freedom will only walk the land if we'll give services to our people. If our people will have clean water, having proper roads with no potholes. And that's the sacrifice that should be given to our people in the memory of Comrade Paul. May the family and friends and comrades of Comrade Paul be comforted by the grace of God. May the soul of our beloved hero and our father rest in peace. Lebo. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Now we feel welcomed and definitely we will relax. Ntate Mokgoro, let me also acknowledge your presence. Le Ntate Dolo. Colleagues, we were also honored to have the melodical choir behind us. It is a choir from Mabana, which is one of the institutions that Paul made sure that they are nurtured. They are also guarded with everything we have because that's where the talent was honed. We have heard the colorful life of Paul, but one of the things that Paul used to teach us, it's that as a person, you don't burn your bridges. You keep your options open. Those that were mentored by Paul, they will know exactly what I mean. There was a stage, family and comrades, compatriots, we were the first batch of youth commissioners, and we could not separate politics from governance, young as we were then. And Paul, being our mentor, used to give us guidance on how to separate politics and governance, but also cautioning us that burning your bridges, it won't work. There was a time where we felt the premier, then Tatu Molefe, being the one that had the premier then, and now we're commissioners but not politicians. We said we don't want him anymore, so you could imagine civil servants like us being youth commissioners, chanting, saying we don't want him anymore. So he then said, as a person, you don't burn bridges, keep them open. But we learned our lesson. Choir, over to you, then I'm giving over to my co-program director. want to join the choir as they sing, you are more than welcome.
Thank you very much, choir. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Daki Africa, as indicated. I am a co-program director. Whilst we are here to condole with the family, we are also here to honor an exceptional human being, a great man, humble, a great intellectual, a teacher, an academic. And therefore, we are here also to celebrate his contribution, because he was an indispensable person. He was a fighter who struggled his entire life, both during apartheid and during the democratic process. And he fought to strengthen the democracy we had, and also to share his skills and knowledge with many. Comrade Paul was not an ordinary human being. During this week, many honored him. They wrote tributes in his honor. Comrade Job wrote a wonderful tribute in his honor. And he spoke about a public servant whose commitment to public service he wishes could be emulated by many. So today we must also be happy that we lived under the guidance of Comrade Paul, and we lived with him, and of course we benefited from him. Those who were there throughout the years will recall that Comrade Paul was not just an ordinary person, he was a special person. A person who loved humanity, and his deeds are there to show. And I want to, just before I call the next person, to just share with you a quotation by Bertolt Brecht in praise of fighters, one of his poems. And I quote, "There are people who struggle for a day, and that is good. There are people who struggle for a year, and that is better. There are people who struggle many years, and that is better still. But there are those who struggle all their lives. Those are the indispensable ones. Such was Comrade Paul as well. At this stage, I will call Comrade Muluki Lechodi to come and pay tribute, and we will request that we keep to time because we have to be out of the graveyard before 12. Amanda! Amanda! Viva Comrade Paul, viva! So comrades must just, celebrate this wonderful person and make sure that we will all remember his deeds. Comrade Lechodi.
Comrade Laura, Sis Disa, children, the bereaved family members, the Premier, Dede Kawubisa Mahapa, former Premier, affectionately known as Brajop, leaders of government and society, comrades of our beloved movement, and fellow mourners. It is with deep sadness to talk about this non-factional, non-grudge-bearing, egalitarian cadre who knew no color, no creed. Comrade Laura and Sis Disa, I'm honored to deliver these few words of condolence to this esteemed congregation about the life and time of Comrade Paul. In our life, we make choices and live by consequences. Comrade Paul became a member of the ANC when it was not fashionable or a symbol of personal glory and gratification, and his choice that stood the test of time can be linked to a statement made by Nelson Mandela. The time comes in the life of any nation when there remain only two choices, submit or fight. That time has come to South Africa. We shall not submit, and we have no choice but to hit back by all means in our power in defense of our people, our future, and our freedom. Close quote. In his demeanors, he silently, relentlessly, and savagely waged a fight against perpetrators of injustice. It is also unimaginable to talk about Comrade Paul without mentioning the names of Comrades Laura, Comrade Job, and Comrade Mandla. These three became the pioneers and catalysts for democratic regime change in this area, where the will of the people became supreme authority. They are amongst the first group from Mahikeng to register as members of the ANC at the Northern Cape regional offices in Vryburg, led by Ambassadors Jomo Kasu and Daki Africa. Few comrades like Ambassador Kasu and Ambassador Daki are endowed with the ability to understand and share the feelings of the other. These comrades are also the few amongst others who did not join the struggle for self-enrichment. As an activist, Comrade Paul wore all the battle scars and humiliation that any revolutionary and freedom fighter could wear from the brutal, inhumane, repressive, and racist Bophuthatswana and the then RSA governments. Approximately 2.5 years ago, when we regrouped as the 1990 Mahikeng ANC branch, we remembered his widely publicized picture captured in the Mahikeng Mail, wearing his famous fawn jacket, being whipped, manhandled by the Bophuthatswana police at Unibo. Thereafter, he was declared a forbidden individual in Bophuthatswana, or a persona non grata. The Daphnes never went far. They settled at the doorstep of Bophuthatswana in Rooigrond, which was by then in RSA, and they continue to irritate the Bophuthatswana government from there. During that time, repression was at heightened levels, and institutions like the Black Sash, Amnesty International were inundated with the cases of police brutality, and as always, the Daphnes crafted a plan of continuing with the struggle for a better life for all, and operated the Mahikeng Anti-Repression Forum offices from their foreign residence. As fate will have it, it was the same police force that saluted him when he lowered the apartheid flags and raised the democratic flag of South Africa. And it is the same embassy that could not offer him and protect his dignity where he chose as a residence, as a place of residence. Comrade Paul served the people of South Africa in various forms, such as in academia and a public service, and in all instances, he conducted himself as an exemplary member of the ANC. He was never fingered for any act of impropriety. He never favored anyone or betrayed the imperatives of the Public Service Code. To this testimony, the humble, simple, and yet fulfilling life that he and his family lived. His family is not enjoying any favors like what we are observing in modern times with some of our ANC members and employees and their families. I am proud to call Comrade Paul comrade with a capital C, as described by Busani Ngaweni in his writing. And he says, comrade with capital C bestows some of the following obligations which characterize exactly Comrade Paul. He treated people with respect. He had a progressive philosophical and ideological outlook. He conducted himself with honor and integrity. His thoughts and deeds always had a national strategic objective, and he had a deep desire for an unshakable belief in the value of life, humanity, and justice. Calling someone a comrade must go with the recognition that he or she, who is called a comrade, is capable of empathizing, of acting in the best interest of majority, of sacrificing, and of advancing the struggle to liberate the people from all forms of oppression. Corrupt people or corrupt comrades are not comrades. They are comrades with a small c, not a capital C. They show no regard for the poor. Factionalists are not comrades. They divide the people using pettiness and narrow interest. Neither do they believe in human solidarity. For all intention and purposes, Comrade Paul made a choice to serve the people of Mahikeng. And today, we will rest his mortal remains in Mahikeng, where he will join the gallants like Boto Mahila, Mangal Panchia, Jane Matsumela, Nomvola Tlangwane, and Gordon Khomanyan. The Premier and the leadership of our beloved movement, one way of preserving the values of Comrade Paul and all other cadres that contributed to the strengthening of the revolutionary pillars of our democracy is to commission a research in recognizing heroic decisions like the decisions that were taken by the Bahurutsi under the Nyanya tree, the gallant efforts of the Kalahari Corps, That's Hidila Molom, se wedding and discerning insurgents. Nako e re potile ka fa morago, ra gaufi le go boela ka ditaola ko badimong. As we lay his mortal remains in our minds and thoughts, and when we pass his burial site, we shall say, here lies a man who has done his duty on earth. Robala ka kagišo senatla, mogale, thebe, le lerumo la setšhaba, hamba katle, umkhonde wesizwe. Farewell, my dear brother Paul. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Muluki. What a tribute. Somebody wrote over the week that they are no longer packaged like that. No comrades are packaged in the fullness of a human being like Comrade Paul. We really appreciate the tribute. He was a truthful man, honest, sincere, and they say, if you know the truth and you don't speak out, it is criminal. And he spoke out against deprivation, and he spoke out against everything. He was a good writer too. So, Comrade Premier, you have heard the request that there is unfinished business in Braklachte and many other areas in which Comrade Paul would have participated extensively to chronicle the history of the people there. At this stage, we will now call to the stage Comrade Dr. Lebo Mono from Maref to pay tribute. Comrade Lebo Mono, if I have pronounced it badly, you'll forgive me. Comrade Mono.
Good morning, comrades, friends, and compatriots. I would like to extend a warm welcome to family members of Comrade Paul Daphne, dignitaries, and honorable guests, as well as everyone amongst us present here today, as we bid farewell to our beloved brother, friend, and comrade, the struggle veteran, Comrade Paul Daphne. I'm Dr. Lebo Mono. I work with Comrade Paul Daphne in Mahikeng Anti-Repression Forum. Affectionately, and if we would refer to it as MAREF. He was one of the activists that established this forum in early 1990. I also worked with Comrade Paul in the first ANC branch in Mahikeng after the unbanning of political organizations in 1990. He was the secretary of the ANC branch, and I was the ex officio member of the executive because I was the ANC Youth League chairperson at the time. So Comrade Paul dedicated his time and energies to the activities of Mahikeng Anti-Repression Forum, MAREF. And as I said, MAREF was formed in 1990, early 1990, and our chairperson was Comrade Laura Taylor. The membership of this structure was not that big, but its activities were felt locally and also nationally, because we had very dedicated individuals, hardworking members like Comrade Paul, our chairperson Laura, and many others that I will not mention here. Indeed, as we generally believed, Maref was punching well above its weight. And also that comes to mind some of our late comrades, as it has been said before, who served in Maref. I will remember Comrade Botomahila, Comrade Nomvula Hlongwane, Comrade Charles Williams, and Mangal Panchia. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Maref was established to oppose and fight against political repression in Bophuthatswana. Repression that was meted out by Bophuthatswana authorities. This repression took many forms. There were forms like banning of political gatherings. We will not be allowed to gather if we exceeded a number of 20 members attending. And we still had to sought permission from government to attend, from Minister of Law and Order, who happened to be the president of Bophuthatswana there at that time. We can imagine it was almost impossible to get permission to gather in Bophuthatswana, which was also under state of emergency. The other forms was banning of political gatherings, detentions, deportations, and arbitrary dismissals from work. Comrade Paul and many other members of other political organizations and even the ANC suffered these kind of repressions that I've just mentioned. And so Maref's main objective was to report on these activities and to expose them. Maref was the only human rights organization at the time in Bophuthatswana. So then we had to report on these activities and also expose them to the country and the world to know. And this we did very efficiently with the participation of comrades of Paul's caliber. And the other thing that we did as Maref, also, as I said, our chairperson was Laura Taylor. There was a compilation of reports that Maref presented to the working committees at CODESA at that time. And these were critical inputs because they had to highlight the situation in Bophuthatswana, the repression that was taking place in this area. And there were still a number of political prisoners in Bophuthatswana, and the Bophuthatswana government kept denying that fact. And this was brought squarely at the discussion table at CODESA. Maref also made it a point that ANC leadership attended to this matter. It was under the participation and leadership of Comrade Paul, Laura, and many other Maref comrades that Maref went to present the case of Bophuthatswana at the ANC leadership in Shell House. There we met with Comrade Mandela and other senior leaders of the movement. And by that time, there were a number of political prisoners in Bob that were undergoing hunger strike. Some were almost at the 30th day of hunger strike. It was in, I think, July 1991 when Comrade Madiba, Comrade Sisulu, and other senior leaders of ANC then came to Bob and visited Odi Hospital to visit these political prisoners, because we always had to make it a point that the situation in Bophuthatswana was not forgotten. So all this was possible because of the dedication and hard-working efforts of our comrades in this organization. Small as it was, and as I said, it was benching well above its weight. So the other thing that we should remember is that whilst we faced political repression at the time in the 80s and early 90s, to date, we are still faced with serious repression, but it's taken a different form. Today, we have social and economic repression. We cannot enjoy life as we thought it would be the case in the New South Africa. We are faced with violent crimes in our communities. We are faced with gender-based violence. We are faced with many other ills, landlessness and unemployment, and these are causing as much hardship as then when we are faced with political repression. So we certainly need many more comrades like Comrade Paul, who will dedicate their time and energies to fight all these ills in our society, because should we fail, then our dreams for a new South Africa will not have been realized. May your spirit rest in eternal peace, comrade. You lived a life worth emulation, and may we all take a leaf from your book. The struggle still continues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mono, for your inspiring tribute. Comrade Laura, I know that you spoke about the need to write about Maref and the incomplete stories that we need to tell future generations. And the call has come out that that process must continue and be finalized. If we don't write, as Milan Kundera always warns, we will erase from our memories and memories of those who should imbibe this history everything about what happened. Thank you very much for reminding us about Maref, and thank you very much also for calling on us that the deprivation of the past are now replaying themselves in a different way, and the pain that our people continue to suffer shouldn't have been, because we are in a new democratic system. At this stage, ke tla kopa gore a go na le ba ba batlang go opela slogan ka gore re tlile go bitsa chairman wa ntlha wa ANC mo Mahikeng mo, Professor Job Mogore gore a tla go bua, re ka mo emisa ka slogan, mme ha lo sa kgone ka gore kopelo di ka re di tla hela, re tla kopa kwaere mara lo kgona lo ka mo tsenya ka slogan. Iole hlale hlale, 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 iole hlale hlale.
Long live the revolutionary spirit of Comrade Paul Daphne, long live. Let me firstly recognize the family, relatives, friends, honored guests, all protocol observed. It has indeed been a tough week for a number of us. It has been a tough week for myself for a number of reasons. And one of those reasons is when I look at Comrade Paul's life and I look at my country, I've never seen such contrast in my life. The contrast is indeed scary. It would not be an exaggeration if I were to say, and I'm prepared to put my head on the block for that, if I were to say, if the number of people were here were metamorphosed into Paul Daphne, we'll probably not be able to see a lot of the misery we see in our country. And it's quite baffling as to why things could be so. Why is it when the direction in which we all should march, only 1, 2, 3 or so follow that direction that would bring about the change we desire? Those who had a chance to read my tribute to my soulmate, my comrade, my brother, my everything, would have noted that I referred to him as a humble revolutionary. The use of those words was quite deliberate. As I was selecting those words, one thing that I remembered, I used to do a lot of work in Nigeria, including the transformation under President Obasanjo. I was one of the teams there. And what used to amuse me, as you walk in the corridors of government, suddenly you see men with dark glasses, dark suits, and you knew you had to give way. You knew there must be a minister about to appear. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the characterization of leadership. And then I said, oh, by the way, I see something similar in my country. A characterization of leadership. Leadership which is associated with my power. Leadership which is associated with the power I have. Where people would remind me, Job, please listen to that leader. He's got power. For Pete's sake, what nonsense. If you want to understand what power is, you ask Paul Daphne to teach you about servant leadership. That I am a leader on condition. I've got an open mind, an open will, an open heart to accept that before I do anything, they need my service. That the power of my leadership is defined from the perspective of those who are yearning for my services. And indeed, if you look at my actions, if you look at my character, if you look at whatever that defines me, that definition is manifest in those that should be served and that are served, hopefully. Whether you looked at Paul, the academic, whether you looked at Paul, the husband, the father, whether you looked at him as an activist, as an ANC member, whether you looked at him as a technocrat, and I tried to deal with this very, very simple thing about politics and governance, which some of us have made It's so unnecessarily difficult. But that was Paul Daphne. The immense power that used to ooze out of Paul Daphne was some kind of a contrast, in the sense that you could feel, you could engage, you could be animated by this power, but that resides in a very humble man. You see, because you and I belongs to that paradigm of leadership which is associated with, I've got power over you. As I say, that's empty nonsense, which we see on a daily basis when the so-called leaders flex their muscle. Just to remind you, they are leaders. I want you to remind me that you are indeed a leader when those people not only stop having sewage in the street in front of the house, in the yard, and in the house. And it is no exaggeration. One of the reasons why, when I was in government, I knew no Christmas, no New Year, including other few colleagues, was simply because I just could not justify my existence when I knew in places like Zeerast and other places that somebody is sitting there, a family is sitting there on a Christmas, and there is sewage, they're battling with sewage in the house because of this powerful leader. And Honorable Premier, I align myself with the suggestion of research, because I really think that one of the things that we have to do is to pull apart and dissect and understand the human being called Paul Daphne, and see how can we infuse the values of this wonderful human being into this thing that we falsely call the public service. In many instances, we falsely call government. Because we've got to feel and see and experience that which you purport to be. Not the misery that you see. All you have to do, take a notebook, sit in front of a TV, and listen to leaders talk about when are we going to resolve the energy crisis. If you have never seen variety, I'm telling you. And once you finish listening to that, and you say, good grief, where the hell are we? You ask yourself that question. So one thing that I've learned from Comrade Paul has been what really servant leadership is all about. Not only have I had the opportunity to read books on servant leadership, I have had the distinguished and rare opportunity to live with this servant leadership. Indeed, a very remarkable man. When I reflect on his life. And again, just trying to fathom and understand, despite the fact that I lived for so many years with him, just who this human being is. I'm reminded by a man called Bill O'Brien, who said, amongst others, the following: the success of an intervention depends on the interior condition of the intervener. Which actually begins to open my eyes to understand why in a number of areas, I'm not saying in all, we have the leaders that we often experience. When I look at the absence of services, just when we were about to go for a festive break, and we are hoping that in order to raise our GDP, we'll see numbers rising in the tourism. Then a leader somewhere in the country says, tourists will not be able to go to our beaches because there is sewage all over the place. But why? Somebody was telling me the other day, you know, I wanted to visit my aunt, and I wanted to get there by train. I never knew that human beings can steal a station, because when I got to the station, there was no station. I thought that was a lot of madness, but indeed, if you go to that station and there's no station anymore, because it has been vandalized, and there's no rail, it was not madness that this person said, I could not go to my aunt because I have found no station. And so the list just carries on and on. It is very, very hurting and very painful for us who had become so parasitic and dependent on Paul to see him go. But perhaps from his perspective, we should envy him. Because while we remain with the challenges that are upon us, with no clear strategies of intervention, I hear many people say, what's going to happen in 2024? What's going to happen? The fundamental problem I have with that question, although it is understandable to be raising that kind of question, informed by uncertainty, informed by the current conditions in our land, I think we should also ask ourselves, what am I? What are we collectively contemplating, planning, and implementing so that we make tomorrow, we make 2024, we make 2025 a less scary eventuality that we anticipate. It cannot be that we should perpetually be sitting back and waiting for government, waiting for so-and-so, waiting for Paul Daphne to fix that future for us. It's got to be grabbed by our two hands. It's got to be within our hands to make sure that we influence. It is an open secret that some groups in our society, when confronted with difficulties, they come together, and lo and behold, within no time, there is a university that they have built. Lo and behold, there is a college that they have built. And whilst we're getting mesmerized by these things, we have a national goalie whose murder we are unable to resolve or to solve. But then in our midst are those people who are able to piece things together and say, we can get the culprit, and they get the culprit. And I'm sure if all of us could just take a little from Comrade Paul Daphne, we would rise, we would stop the culture of sitting back, of wondering what's going to happen in the future. You know, you imagine a mother or a father sitting there, deeply depressed, weeping, and you say, what is the problem? And this person says, I'm sitting here, I'm imagining my little child running around there, and there comes a car. It hits the child, and oh, my child dies. And the weeping just gets worse. Purely hypothetical, but the extent of emotion is unbelievable. Sometimes I think we're no different from this person who creates a scenario and acts emotionally as though that scenario has become reality. And it is about time that we got off from our backsides and start influencing our own destiny and start influencing our own future. For we have the ability to do so. Why is it that that man you'll see in Poch would put together some sand, some little stones, and fill potholes just so that there should be less damage to cars that are passing? The poor man is unemployed, but is able to feed his family because the bottlers that go past give him one tip after the other. So he has seen a problem, and he has said, certainly, I'm not going to blame my government. Yes, somebody should be doing that. But what is this somebody doing about it? So, ladies and gentlemen, we have been warned not to talk too much. So let me taper towards the end. Honorable Premier, I think if we take this man's soul, if we take his values and start infusing this into our program of renewal, in our institutions, organizations across the board, we'll start a powerful revolution that will get us to this destination that we so much yearn for. I have been particularly fortunate to have worked alongside this wonderful human being. And indeed, in the process, I've learned a lot. Towards the end of last year, I don't know if it was a question of premonition. I was doing community work around this district, Nakamutiri Mulema. And they said, let me spend a weekend with my soulmate. And once I said to him, Paul, I'm coming over. He was so excited and he said, oh, I'm going to organize a bride for you. And we sat around the fire, reminiscing and thinking about this, that, and the other. And also thinking about the future. And I would like to say to family, thank you very much for giving us this man. Laura, thanks for the wonderful years. You and Yvonne Mokhoro were very instrumental in pumping life into us, so that when it is time to go, we'll go. You know, if was one thing that Yvonne is very sensitive about, is gender insensitivity. And so one time, I had informed our comrades that I got a piece of intelligence that Monday at 4 o'clock we're all going to be raided. So in our typical style, we spread the message, don't sleep at home. And so Yvonne will tell you that when the security forces came looking for me at around 4, as we had been warned, he said, where is Job Mokhoro? He said, I don't know where he is. He didn't sleep home. He said, you are lying. You know where he is. He said, no, I'm a Tswana woman. A Tswana woman never asks her husband, where are you going? And so we would like to say thank you to you for leading us, for injecting this diesel so that we should be propelled and do what is necessary. And so Paul has left us with a beautiful piece of consolation, a value system that would help to wipe off our tears, and that will help us to go further and achieve that dreamland that all of us would like to be at. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brajob. We gave you extra time because we knew that only you could chronicle this history in such a manner as you did. And we pick up a few things about this character, this human being, this excellent public servant, and these issues of leadership. If you are a leader, don't clarify the problem, solve it. Comrade Paul would solve the problem. He went to the park sport, he solved the problem, even at his expense, not paying himself because he wanted others to be paid more. He solved the problem. Wherever he went, to Sun Park, he did not spend time clarifying the problem because he knew the problem and he solved it. Thank you very much, Brajob. Reka be re kopa gore batho botlhe ba butswelelwe boleng jwa Comrade Paul. If we had the power, we could ask that everyone must have the spirit the values, the commitment of Comrade Paul. You don't find them every day like this one. They only come rarely in our lives. Thank you very much, Brajob. At this stage, re tla biletsa ko pele Thato Mahukudi. We have been requested to put him in the program to come and deliver a poem. Comrade Thato, the floor is yours.
Senzeni na Senzeni na Ayo Senzeni na Ayo Senzeni na Let us hum it. Ba ile ba lepa dinaledi go setse mathanya tlhafu le maipanto ko morago. Ba ile ba lepa dinaledi go setse botlhaka disuka be ko morago. E gorogile naledi e tala ga re itse gore e tla sala e ranolwa e mang. Shall we sigh or it can rob us of rare finds like the son of Daphne, and definitely leave us dumbfounded and mind-grounded. In Mr Paul, we learned it all from his shawl. He taught us that whiteness was not a sickness, gave us in action the plausibility and the possibility of class suicide. Even though his options were wide, he exchanged white privilege for revolutionary bondage in defense of a skin foreign to his body, yet the cause close to his heart. From anti-BOP uprisings to post-democracy awakenings, he played his part, and for that reason, to us, his teachings are an art to be marveled at. His run looked impossible. In a country, in a world where white supremacy seemed a fallacy. A country where our freedom has been turned into a fiefdom for the few. A country where happiness is a hint of dodginess. Madness a virtue, and sanity a sign of weakness, while honesty a ticket to hunger. We are proud of you because you knew. We are humbled by you because you epitomized compassion with ease. Now as you cease to be, rest in peace, soldier of justice. Gidla mjojo ngamshishi yamzabalazo. Awutwadla kadaso. Uchayele bokrisani. Gorgona dimvemvane tse baya ka iso. Tse di paisang revolution ka mtabalazo le limdangalazo wabudlwembe. Abatwadle Frustan of Niso on Sar Almal Chandis Hotel. Because our people are not fools. They will not be fooled forever by our empty, deceitful, powerful words of hope in a deliberate mirage of hopelessness. Awubheke manje mfowethu la sibuya khona ezintabeni zaseLosaka. Awubheke manje Paul Daphne la sibuya khona emahlathini aseLubatsi. Awubheke manje Paul Daphne seliyashona ezintabeni zaseLosaka. Awubheke manje mfowethu asibuya khona emahlathini aseLubatsi. Awuthatha nansi bhazuka shaya ubulale zonke lezinja zabathengisi. Awuthatha nansi sipashikofu dobo lubhidlize zonke lezinja zale midlwembe. Are Oliver Tambo bambi isandla sa Oliver Tambo, Oliver Tambo. Attention! Long live the spirit of Paul Daphne.
Comrades, fellow countrymen and women, we all know that Paul Daphne had a family. He's a father, he's a brother, he's a kid, as well as he's a lover. Now, to usher the family, when they give us their snippet of how they'll want to remember him, let's get Matthew to lead with a song.
Sing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind. how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see.
If fate had it, Matthew, you should be leading the choir. It's only that the Bob regime decided to uproot you from Mahikeng and you ended up leading somewhere else. So this is the choir that you should have been leading, but it is okay. Gina, it is your time now to make a family tribute.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Gina. Where can I start? There's just so much to say. I've got a quick question for all of you. Are you guys awake? Are you still up? Okay. All right. So I am so incredibly grateful and happy that I can stand here today and tell you that we had the opportunity to live a life with Paul Daphne, our dad. So let me take you all back. It all started in the year of 2005 to 6. So I had just lost my dad, and I knew as time went, we used to go visit our dad back in Ranchesfontein at his home, and we'd see Daniel and Matthew. And after losing our dad, we had the opportunity to get another dad, Paul Daphne. So I'm going to start off with a short story. It's a childhood story of mine that I love. So one of my early memories of Paul Daphne, my dad, was my first swim at the house, which was no ordinary 5-year or 6-year-old swimming with armbands. I just dived into the swimming pool and I swam under the water all the way to the end of the deep end. By the time I came up, Dad was looking at me, all shocked, and I remember him talking to me in English. Bear in mind, at that time, I really didn't know English, you know. I was like only 5 or 4, and we mostly spoke Zulu. I didn't know what he was saying to me, right? But later on in life, I asked him what he had said to me, and he mentioned he was saying that he was proud of me, but will not let me do it again without learning how to swim properly. After that day, he made sure he taught us how to swim. We swam everywhere, in the national parks, at the beach, at the lagoon, anywhere there was water, we would go in and swim. So, yeah, all I want to say is that standing here today, it was really difficult for me to write a speech. I thought it was going to be easy, but it really wasn't. I'm just going to speak from the heart. So, Uncle Paul, growing up, guys, he was really such a wonderful father. We had Daniel and Matthew. It was myself, myself and my sister Tidi and Dumeleng. Dumeleng just came in. She was also just about 2 years old. Oh, she was very stubborn. She never really liked to speak, and that really got to our dad. He really just wanted her to speak English, basically. And when that time came, it really made him happy. So growing up with Uncle Paul, I'm going to tell you a few stories. We would go to Tswalapili. Tswalapili is where I grew up. That's where my mother lived. We would go almost every year. I'm not sure until what year, but Mandela Day we would go. We would order McDonald's burgers. It was meals for about 50 or more children in Tswalapili. So Tswalapili Ribisa Kasi, ne? I don't know what to say in English. But yeah, and we would order cake that was always written Happy Mandela Day. And him being able to just do that was, not many people can do that. And I just come back to saying that he was really a loving person. He was a dad to everyone. And he was a loving colleague, leader. Just sitting there was really, I was really happy just to hear everyone talk about how he was such a political leader, how he wanted a better South Africa. And I'm afraid that I'm afraid that we didn't have that to live through with him, but we had a different life story that I can share with you. So every time we had those, we would sit through, take pictures, and everybody just knew that, okay, Kintate, Uncle Paul, those were Gina, that was Gina and Tidi's father. But overall, Uncle Paul took us all in, and my heart, life is going to be so hard without him. He's a father that really made sure that we strived in life. In school, he made sure that you did your very best. And there's just so much that I can say, but I'll leave it at that, and I'm about to close up. Our dad was a role model. Was a role model to emulate, to be proud of, and brag about, a dad to hold and cry with, to learn from and respect, a dad to listen to and talk to, a dad to try and impress, a dad to sometimes rebel against, and most importantly, a dad to share everything that this wonderful life has to offer. Thank you for having me.
Jeremy, it's your turn to ascend the stage. While you are coming, the word that I learned from Paul was assertive, to be assertive. I didn't know. I was fortunate that I worked with Paul while he was in government, and when he moved to Parks Board, I also happened to be there. So one of the days he said to me, learn to be assertive. I will leave it at that.
Ish. That's what I can say. I never thought I'd be here today to say goodbye to my younger brother. As you can see, I'm much older. I doubt any of us today thought they'd be saying and honoring Paul on his passing. What can I say? So much has been said, so many beautiful tributes, and thank you for those tributes. They deeply appreciated. The obituary also covers Paul's rich history quite well. And there's a wonderful media statement from Comrade Mmabatho's office. Thank you for that as well. So what do I say? Well, what I'd want to do is come up close and personal with you. I want to show you another Paul. So I'm not going to enter the terrains that have been entered so far in honoring Paul. I'm going to try and show you another side, which Gina has started. I'm also hoping we're going to have a visual of a Christmas event, last Christmas. It just says it all. So I ask the visual people, if you've got that video, when I put up my hand and wave it, if you could please put it on. So, I don't know. In isiZulu, ukuphila kunonya. Life can be cruel, and life has been pretty cruel recently. I think the family over the last 3 weeks have gone through a lot. If you see any family member here, including me, give us a hug. Oh, we've gone through a lot, and we're still going through a lot. So, the first thing I'd like to emphasize, or I'd like to highlight, is that only a few weeks ago, Paul was leading a happy, vibrant, full life. And in fact, Paul passed away as a happy, vibrant man. And I'd like to illustrate that by, if possible, showing his Christmas party this December. Just to look at a 2-minute video. I don't know if that's possible. Is it on? I can't see from here. It's a video with sound. Matthew is playing.
Daphne! Take it away.
That's a bit of a weird start, but it was Dad's recommendation, so you can complain at him later.
Christmas 2022, composed jointly by Paul Daphne and Matthew Daphne, but played only by Matthew Daphne, only the way he can.
Daphne!
Look at what's happening. Doesn't that just say it all? That was my brother Paul. That was him just a few weeks ago, full of beans, surrounded by his loving family. They were having so much fun. That fun never stopped. It was Christmas every day with Paul and his family. Straight after this event, they went on an adventure to 2 game reserves. Botsalano nearby here, and then Malopo Park on the Botswana border. And Paul nearly every day gave me a call, sent photographs, and he was just a picture of happiness, a picture of contentment. And from all the reports I had, it was a very special time. In November last year, Paul and Disa went to the Agrabis Falls for a special time together. And over this period, especially over the last, I'd say 6 months, do you know what Paul did nearly every day after work, if it wasn't too dark? He'd go down to the Malopo River in the Mahikeng Nature Reserve. He'd go to the same place and he'd look for the snake bird that would often come to sun itself on a rock. I wonder if you've got that photograph. It's visual too, if you do have it. Oh good, is it there? I wish the step wasn't so big. Yes, now Paul took that photograph. So why at this event do I show you photographs of a bird and a bit of water? You don't know how special that was for Paul. And I used to say to Paul, please go and look for that bird. It's called an African darter, scientifically. And he would look for it. He had a spiritual connection with this bit of Malopo River. There was also a dam around it, and so on, Kobolo Dam. And he called the Malopo the mighty Malopo. I don't know if any of you heard that from him. But this was a side to him. He'd go down to the river, and he had a deep spiritual connection. And that's not the only spiritual connection he had with nature. And I just can't emphasize it more. He was so loved by his family, all his family. The last 3 weeks have been a real revelation to me. Paul and I led quite different lives, and we connected on the phone, but I didn't see a lot of his life and his family. And I've been experiencing the love his family have for him. And I'd like to, again, illustrate that love with a birthday letter. Yes, Paul had a birthday recently, his 72nd, 2 days before he died. That was one of the hard things we had to live through. Now, this is from a Tumaleng, who's sitting over there, and it's Paul's youngest daughter. Tumaleng lives in the house here. Dear Uncle Paul, Tumaleng gave me permission to read this, and she felt she's feeling too emotional to read herself. And one can understand that, and so am I, actually. But it's such a beautiful tribute, I think. I'm afraid this is a better tribute than all the tributes that have been made, as nice as they are. And I'm only kidding. Happy birthday. I hope you're resting. Tumaleng then only had a bit of news about Paul. I hope you are resting and at peace, because you are reading this. It means that you are awake, better and stronger than ever. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Thank you for raising me as your own. You can go above and beyond, even when it's not convenient for you. I pray you make it past 90 years and even longer. Oh my goodness. You managed to fight your way back. You are an amazing father, and a lot may have happened over the past few years, but nobody else can take your place in my life. I always want to make you happy and proud. I'm so glad, as you say, I adopted you as my father. That's what happened to Paul. He got adopted because nobody could resist him. I wouldn't ask for anyone better to be my father. Keep getting better and stronger. School is fine. Thank you for supporting me and for loving me so much. I want you to know that I love you and appreciate you always and every day. God will continue to guide you, protect you, and provide for you. I will continue to be a source of joy to you and Auntie Disa. Happy birthday, 143, in brackets. You can figure that out. Tumeling, I haven't figured that out. Love, Kala Itu. Oh, so this is, I want to bring you up close and personal to Paul. And also, nobody said this. Why not? He was a hunk of a man. Look how good looking and well built he was. Do you have that photograph I gave you of to show Paul the hunk? I think he has to be recognized for that. I'd like to suggest for a 71-year-old, okay, if the photo is on the screen, he beats all men in the Northwest. Sorry, guys, you don't compete. He's such. It's not on. Oh, it is on. Okay. I was struggling to get a photo where he's not posing and everything. I hope that's still the same one. But he was just a hunky, vibrant person, and that has to be said as well. What's so important is that Paul also had set out in a wonderful new adventure. Now, I think you know that, but it needs to be emphasized. And Comrade Mmabatho, he was loving it. He was loving it. He would phone me so often, so passionate. Service delivery, potholes, sewage, water, electricity, food security. That was his language. He had taken up the huge challenges facing the Northwest government with dedication and enthusiasm. I also believe with considerable expertise and experience. He was a returning struggle veteran, and he used to speak so passionately about his work. He had returned to his beloved then Mahikeng, now Mahikeng, and then Bophuthatswana, now Northwest Province. I know I haven't got the geography exactly right. With his long-term friend and comrade Kaubetsa Bushi Mape. What I've realized over the last 2 weeks that I've been interacting with Comrade Mape is quite how close they were. Goes way beyond politics, way beyond governance. It's a true friendship, and I think that's been coming through today. Comrade Mokgoro also was emphasizing that so strongly, that Paul made spiritual connections. In 2021, in another exciting venture, he and Disa had become engaged. So life was beautiful for Paul. And that's how we will remember him, as this dynamic, happy man and happy person. And that's the memory. I did not want to see my brother after he died, and I didn't. And people wondered why. I want to remember him as that dynamic person. Yeah. My brothers, sisters, comrades. Then he was struck down. That's the only way I can say it. He was struck down. I heard Paul sometimes was referred to as a baobab tree. Well, the baobab came crashing down, thunderously. We watched it happen. Without going into too much detail, Paul woke up the night before he was meant to have a routine colonoscopy examination for some problems he had. But as he wrote to Comrade Mape, I'm going for a routine colonoscopy. That was the 12th of January. He woke Disa up still on the 12th of January in the night, screaming in agony. Take me to hospital, I'm going to die. I don't know if that's the exact words, but that's what I remember Disa you saying. He had an emergency operation, and what was meant to be that routine examination became a complete nightmare. It was found he had a perforated intestine, he had a cancerous tumor, and this resulted in septic shock, leakage, then multiple organ failure. I'm just mentioning a few key words. We believe, and I'm going to say this publicly, that the preparatory laxative Paul was given on the 12th caused the colon to burst. And it was tragic. Yes, he had a tumor. Yes, he was suffering from blockages, but he did not have a perforated intestine, as far as we knew. But I'll leave it there. The following 2 weeks were a very, very difficult time. He was unconscious for most of the time. And according to his medical specialists, mercifully, he probably did not feel any pain over those 2 weeks. But we'll remember him as a happy, fulfilled man. Lastly, I'd like to give a few further personal insights into who Paul was and end with a parable. I'd like to quote from a beautiful, beautiful book written in a parable. Yeah, it's very simple, and it's been said in many ways, I think, but let me say it on behalf of the family as well. The bottom line is Paul was a good guy. Finish and close. He was a good guy. A guy you could rely on and who you could trust with your life. A big claim I'm making, but hands up anyone who disagrees with me. I know you wouldn't put up your hand, but I hope there's nobody here who feels ever let down by Paul. He's a one person. If he said he'd do something, guess what? He'd do it. And he'd do it quickly and on time. Okay, and then secondly, the second most thing about Paul. No, it's not probably what you're thinking, I don't know. It's just he was a family person. Paul was a family person first, as demonstrated. His top priority was always to be with the family, all the family. No sitting in bars with the men for Paul. I don't think you ever found him doing that. Instead of going home to the family, going off to the bar and sitting with the men. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it wasn't for Paul. But secretly, I am saying it's a bad thing. Okay, now the other thing about Paul, some of you knew this. Remember, I'm getting up and close and personal. Paul loved the trees of Africa. So what? No, it's not so what. He had a spiritual connection. He worshipped the trees, the indigenous trees, not all these terrible exotic trees we get everywhere. Except in the Premier's compound. I believe they're all indigenous, but I have to check on that. He also loved planting such trees and giving trees away. Our home in Melville, Lorena, Luciano and I, has a number of Paul's trees growing proud and strong. The gardens of the homes he lived in, many of them are veritable forest, where he has been living until recently for quite a long time, in the Midrand. It's an absolute forest. Careers, yellowwoods, acacias, you name it. And he had a special connection to thorn trees, the classic thorn trees of the African bushveld. An example of a tree he loved is the huge buffalo thorn tree at the front of the family home here. This tree, in some cultures, the branch of this tree is used to bring the spirit of the deceased from the place of death to their burial site. If you go to the house now, like some of us last night, that tree has crashed to the ground, literally. In December, that tree crashed to the ground. Along with a spiritual connection with trees, he used all his free time communing with nature and visiting game reserves. On his own or with the men? No, with his family. This was in addition to working for Sandparks for a long time, and there was a wonderful delegation from Sandparks last night. Oh, they were so beautiful. I will mention one of his favorite reserves. No, it's not here. It's not around here. That was the Mokala National Park outside Kimberley. And last night I was speaking to one of the persons from Sandparks who used to go with him. Paul was very instrumental with a team of Sandparks people in setting up that reserve. It's one of the newest reserves in South Africa. And, of course, there's a tree there that he loves, the camelthorn tree. Mokala is well known for its camelthorn trees. He's taken his family, in particular Matthew and Daniel, to nearly every game reserve in South Africa. Matthew and Daniel, I invite you to draw up the lists and we check where you've not been. I'll take you to the rest. I used to complain about why we had to spend so many hours in the bush instead of back at the camp with a beer. Okay, then just two other insights into Paul. In his younger days, he was a keen surfer. I'm hoping you've got that photo of Paul coming out of the sea, crashing through the waves, holding a surfboard. I don't know if you can find that. Lovely. There's Paul in his youth. When you think about got the spirit and energy as a 71-year-old. Where does he get that from? He gets it from the sea, and he gets it from the mountains. He and I once went up searching for the highest peak in southern Africa, Tabana, Lechodi, sorry. And compass and map, for days wandering on top of the Drakensberg, me terrified, Paul having to carry my backpack because I was too unfit. Also, another example is in our home village of Keiemouth, which Paul loved, outside East London. There's an island, a tiny island called Crown Rocks, out to sea. Paul decided he was going to swim there, and that island is known for its treacherous currents around it. He put an old-style camera in a plastic bag, and he set out from the rocks, a considerable distance. No one has ever done that. Well, he didn't make it, and he had to throw away his camera and swim for his life. But that was Paul, the adventurer. He was a great adventurer in those days. And his life here in Mahikeng now was an adventure. It was a real adventure for him. I'll just give one other example. When we were living with my family, parents, in Johannesburg in another lifetime, he announced, well, he's riding to then Lorenzo Marx, now Maputo. And he kitted out a bicycle. I don't know how long it took, about 2 weeks, but he rode to Maputo and back on a bicycle. And he'd make friends along the way. He would offer him a place to sleep. If he wasn't offered, he'd sleep beside the road. He didn't have money. So that was a sort of adventurer Paul was. And of course, Paul was a deeply political person, a true Democrat and activist. We all know that. I'd really like to quote from Comrade Mape's media statement. I'm not sure if we all read it, but I think it captures Paul the activist, Paul the Democrat, Paul the deeply political person. If you don't mind, I'm going to read this out. I think it's so important to capture Paul the political person. He dedicated his entire life to the struggle for united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, prosperous South Africa. A committed activist and patriot who championed the socio-economic rights of the poor and economically disenfranchised. Now, that sort of thing has been said about a lot of people. A lot of funerals I've been to or similar events, they say that. But I sit there and I think, maybe. But I don't say that with Paul. His life is a reflection of someone who was ethical, incorruptible, and that was said in so many different ways today. And it's so heartwarming to hear that for his family. And he was relentless in his advocacy for a free and equal society. And I will add, he was a loyal but critical ANC cadre. Okay, I'm going to end with a parable. This parable comes from a beautiful book by Veronique Tadjo from Ivory Coast, Côte d'Ivoire. I forgot to get the proper pronunciation. It's a beautiful parable about trees, and I thought that was fitting to end. We are trees. Our roots run all the way down to the heart of the earth, and we can feel the beat of her pulse. We inhale her breath. We taste her flesh. We live and die in the exact same spot, never moving from the land we occupy. We exhale the fresh breath of morning. Our sap is vital force. Our soul's 100 years old. We see everything. We feel everything. That's how Paul saw trees. And with the reference to him being a baobab, from the same parable, I am baobab, the first tree, the everlasting tree, the totem tree. My crown touches the heavens and offers the world below refreshing shade. I yearn towards soft, life-sustaining light, that it may brighten humanity, illuminate darkness, and soothe fears. Yeah, Paul was a beautiful person and a true African.
Thank you, Jeremy, for taking us through Paul's journey as a family member. Now it is the time where we get a tribute from Disa, read by Matthew.
This is a letter to Paul Daphne, my dad. It was written by Disa, whom I consider one of my lifelong mothers now, and the love of my dad's life. So this is what it says. The void left by your passing made it incredibly difficult to put my thoughts into words. And I realized that a letter can only scratch the surface of the love and bond we shared. But I will do my best to try. This letter is a testament to the love and memories we shared, even as words fail me, Paul Daphne. You were more than just a partner to me. You were my best friend, my confidant, my rock, my teacher, and my love. I cherish the memories we created together, from the small moments of laughter to the grand adventures we embarked on. Your infectious smile, your unwavering support, and your selfless love will always hold a special place in my heart and the hearts of everyone who got to experience you. I feel truly blessed to have been a part of your life. Your unconditional love has helped me become the best version of myself. I know that no words can ever fully convey the love and connection we shared, but I wanted to take this opportunity to tell you how much you meant to me. You brought joy and happiness into my life in a way that no one else could. You always knew how to make me laugh and smile, even on my toughest days. Your passing has left a hole in my heart that can never be repaired, but I will always carry the memories of our time together with you. I will never forget the way your eyes lit up when you smiled, the sound of your laughter, or the way you always made me feel loved and appreciated. I will dearly miss the times where we played tennis together, cooked together, traveled together, took walks together, took hikes together, such as when you beat me to the top of the mountain at Golden Gate due to your giant legs. I will miss the passion we shared in photography and the beautiful pictures you always took of the sun setting. I will never forget your love for your children, how you went all out for them to ensure that they had everything they needed. I won't forget your passion for nature and the priceless experiences with nature that you shared with them. What unforgettable experiences we had with you, and we are truly grateful. Although you are no longer with me in physical form, you will always be in my heart and in the hearts of all our children. I wish above all things to find peace and joy and celebrate your life in this realm rather than mourn your departure. I now know that death is not the end, but a bridge to the other realm of life. We prayed and submitted ourselves to the will of God. As this has happened, then we can say that His will has been done. His will, but not our wishes. So it is well. Thank you.
Colleagues, family, we now get into another part of Paul's life within back into the struggle again. We've heard how the family remember him and the journey that they've taken. The ever-protective Paul Daphne. It's quite interesting. Yesterday night I was just thinking, very few people are called by both the name and surname. Some of us are just called Zodwa. But for some, it's both the name and surname. And it says a lot. The ever-protecting Paul Daphne, while these negotiations that are written in the epilogue here were happening at Parks and Tourism Board, myself and Tumelo, being Sam Mokaila, appointed ourselves as the legal rep for staff. So as and when we told staff that as you negotiate and you hit a deadlock, request for adjournment, then we will come and just brief them how to tackle issues. So management started becoming weary because all the time was an adjournment. They come a little bit cleverer than when they were, and we could not participate because our level was higher. So eventually we were caught and dragged for disciplinary hearing. So Paul, being Paul and protective, being the CEO, he could not also stop the disciplinary process. But what he then did was to convene a meeting as early as 6:30 between myself, Tumelo, as well as himself, trying to brief us that expect the following. This is what the position of management it is. So he was just trying to prepare us, the protective Paul Daphne he was. But Tumelo, now the young lion, decides to say, you're an enemy. I won't listen to you. It's a story for another day. May I get the veteran to come and pay tribute, Tatutolo?
Ke a leboga motsamaisa tiro ya letsatsi la gompieko. As mentioned, I'm representing the Veterans League of our movement. I would like to mention to you, Director of Ceremony, to remind you and to educate you that the veterans are members of the ANC who are 60 years and above. And we have served the ANC relentlessly for a period of 40 years and above without breaking and joining any other. So Comrade Paul Daphne was therefore a bona fide member of the Veterans League of our movement. Allow me with those few comments, MC, to convey our most heartfelt condolences to the relative and family of Paul Daphne. We say that Comrade Paul left us unannounced. he left us unexpectedly. In our hearts, as veterans, we say Comrade Paul remains the son of the Northwest. I had the privilege and honor to meet and serve with Comrade Paul in 1994 when we established the provincial government in the Northwest. He was, as stated, the head of the office of the Premier, Comrade Popo. We had a very good time, sharing ideas, finding that bondage, and say this is an opportunity to build the South Africa of the dreams that we all had, remembering where we come from through that hard suffering. We reconnected again in 2021 when he was appointed by Premier Mape to be his economic advisor, and I be the advisor for traditional affairs in the office of the Premier. I must say that we worked as a formidable team with other officials in the Premier's Advisors Forum. We saw each other more so often. We were very close. His office was the third door from mine. And allow me to say, the time that I spent with Comrade Paul in planning, in strategizing, in analyzing the challenges we are currently facing, he came across as a revolutionary who never lost his temper. Calm, calculative, and always keeping the focus. At a personal level, Comrade Paul attended the lobola and the traditional handing over ceremony of our daughter-in-law on the 1st of October last year, accompanied by his fiancée, Osdisa. He was quite fascinated. He wanted to know every step, wanted to learn what's happening, and I took him through the process with the little that I know. One time he visited our family, our home, and our 8-year-old grandson, who is at Birmansdref Lyre School, was very happy to see him, and he greeted him in Afrikaans when he came. Bukamuso was amused by this white man, Opa, who cannot praat Afrikaans. And I'm young as I am at the age of 8, I can praat, I can do Afrikaans praat. So I said to him, Uncle Paul knows Afrikaans, he was just teasing you. Allow me to say that, Comrade Paul, you parted at a very difficult period for the ANC and the country. The energy crisis is experienced almost on a daily basis. There is the escalating and deepening unemployment, especially amongst our young people, unabating crime rate documented in horrifying statistics, and the scourge of corruption. On the side of the ANC, the membership of the ANC has dropped to unprecedented levels since the unbanning of all political organizations in 1990. We remain concerned, and we say we need to work very hard to raise the level of voter support. There are numerous challenges. These are the numerous challenges facing us. And I take solace, Bagaetsu, that together with the Premier and all of us who worked at that level, we had time to study the situation, to do a thorough analysis of the new challenges facing what we call the national democratic revolution, and we pondered sleepless nights in contributing towards finding a solution to these hard issues. When the road Comrade Paul had traversed is finally told and fully documented, it will cover some of the highlights of his life. Comrade Paul was born 3 years after the heinous apartheid system and the National Party had ascended the political landscape of our country in 1948. He was born during a decade where many fierce battles were fought against the system. And some of these are the Defiance Campaign, 1950, adoption of the Freedom Charter for a vision South Africans envisaged, the treason trial which dragged for months, the 20,000 Women's Anti-Pass March to Pretoria, including the Anti-Pass March of the Women of Lehurutsi to the Ziras Magistrate Court in 1958. The banning of political organizations in the 60s led to almost 10-year lull in the political activism throughout the country. And this lull was due to the brutal repression enforced by brutal legislation, such as the 90 days detention without trial, followed by the 180 days detention without trial, the Suppression of Terrorism Act, and the Suppression of Communism Act. Comrade Paul had a good share of suffering under this system. His obituary reveals how he was harassed, detained, and humiliated by the Bob government. People sometimes don't realize that the period under which you were born, as you reflect growing up, it starts to influence your being and your consciousness. I mentioned this period of the 50s, that I have no doubt that it played a very critical impact and influence in the life of Comrade Paul, for him to be the revolutionary he was. By the way, he was a year older than myself. I was born in 1952. The lull didn't last long because the lull did not last long because the black and white students in universities in the 70s forced the opening of political activism. The black students broke away from NUSAS in 1969, led by Steve Biko, Strini Motley, Abraham Tiro, and other militants to form the South African Students' Organization. This was the ushering in of a renewed terrain of struggle, leading to the rise of the Black consciousness movement. Needless to say that in this development, there emerged a group of radical white activists who were not linked to NUSAS, but sympathetic to the cause of the destruction of apartheid, and of course, to a process leading to democracy and non-racialism in South Africa. Among these young white liberal militants, we had people like Patrick Fitzgerald, Charles Nupen, Derek Hanekom, Jeanette Schoon, and others. Comrade Paul, being at the University of Witwatersrand, was counted among these patriotic young South Africans of the time. Allow me also to say, as these changes were happening inside the country, this awakening of the wave of students, militants, the ANC in exile formed the alliance with Rhodesia's Zimbabwe African People's Union to fight BJ Foster and Ian Smith regime. Unfortunately, Umkhonto weSizwe and the Zebra forces of ZAPU didn't achieve the desired results despite heroic battles they fought against the racist troops. this ANC ZAPU alliance and the Wanki operation led to the explosive Morogoro conference in Dar es Salaam, which adopted the new strategy and tactics of the ANC, stepping up the fight against racism. History, when told, will say there was a very, very important intervention when Oliver Tambo led a high-level delegation to Vietnam to go and meet with General Giap. And this highly celebrated individual in charge of the North Vietnam struggle during the Vietnam War against the Americans and the French advised the ANC to say that your struggle is not a military struggle. Your struggle, it's a political struggle, at the heart of which is the mobilization of the people to destroy the apartheid state. I'm bringing this point to say the lessons that came up was the ANC need to spearhead the process of building mass organizations. And these organizations of civics, together with workers' organizations and trade unions, they became the anvil to bring down apartheid to its knees. It was no coincidence that organizations like MAREF, organizations like the Lawyers for Human Rights, the Anti-Bobo Putatona Committee were formed. They were part of a bigger strategy. We are so glad that Comrade Paul participated in all this critical pillar of mass mobilization. Critical. Comrade Paul, as a civil servant, understood that policies that are designed to transform the lives of our people are implemented mainly within the public service. Yes, he understood that once progressive policies are adopted, the way forward was to implement these policies within the public service. We all know, sadly, that the ANC is constantly coming under attack, that it doesn't implement its policies. The question is, who is the culprit? The answer is the public service in the main, because they are paid to do the job, and they are not doing what is expected to do. There is also this myth that it is the ANC and the ANC alone that must ensure that transformation happens. We are saying the transformation of our country is the responsibility not only for the ANC, but for the entire people, because this freedom is not for the ANC, but is the freedom for all our people. The Veterans League say we need to pay tribute to Comrade Paul and those who fell before him by doing the following. We need to build a non-racial, non-sexist, and a democratic South Africa. Those in government, there should be constant delivery of quality services, basic services, to the community at all government levels. We must eradicate crime, corruption, and gender-based violence. And last but not least, the ANC must consciously and effortlessly build a cadre to renew, to unify, and transform our society. We, the people, are faced with this historical mission to create a better life for our people. Robala ka khotso kgahlamela masisi. Fare thee well, Comrade Paul. Amandla, matla.
am down and all my soul so weary. When troubles come and my heart burdened me, and I am still waiting in the silence until you come and sit a while with me. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up to walk and stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up. You raise me up. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up to more than I can be.
Indeed, we are bidding farewell to Paul Daphne. This time we will allow the tribute from Ntate Timothy Piri to be read by Laura Taylor.
Good morning, everybody. There's actually two short tributes here that I want to share. There were many people who worked with Paul, and some of them are in other parts of the world now. Many of you who are sitting here will remember Comrade Roy Williams and his wife Charles. She was Both of them were very active. Charles was a member of MARIF, and Roy was a member of the ANC. And tragically, Charles passed away about 2 years ago. And quite recently, Roy has joined the Mahikeng ANC 30-year anniversary group, which was actually initiated by Comrade Muluki, who spoke earlier. And since then, all of those who were in the organization 30 years ago, when it formed in 1990, have been keeping in close contact. But Roy wrote this to his wife, and he actually said it would be a very fitting tribute to Paul as well. So it's very short. It says, "You freed yourself from yourself. So long ago, you trod so lightly, firmly, gracefully, insistently, for all of us. Thank you." So that was for Comrade Charles Williams, but it is appropriate for Paul as well. Now, the message from Timothy Piri. Timothy Piri, as most of you know, was the leader of the 1988 coup that toppled Mangope for a day. And if it hadn't been for the intervention of the South African Defence Force at that stage, we probably would have toppled Mangope. But they came in on the same day that the coup happened. And Timothy Piri was the leader of the military. He and his wife, Violet, now live in the United States. He was tried and found guilty of high treason, and he was sentenced to 18 years in jail. But he always feared that he might just be assassinated while he was in jail, because he was obviously deeply hated by the Mangope regime. We as MARIF supported the hunger strikers a lot during that time, and I have got quite an elephantine memory, which sometimes irritates my family. But as I get older, I find I can remember things from the past very well, but not so much what happened yesterday. I think we all find that as we get older. So I know that some of what Timothy has written here is a little bit inaccurate, but this is his tribute to Paul. He says, "My wife Violet, family, and I are deeply saddened by your loss. Our hearts go out to you, Disa, Laura, Daniel, Matthew, the entire family, your comrade and friends. May our prayers guide your soul, Paul, to our Heavenly Father. In this toughest time in your life, may our sympathy and heartfelt condolences bring you the everlasting comfort. As you comprehend this profound loss, let yourself cry, knowing each tear is a note of love rising to the heavens. When we received a text from our niece, Bonolo, we were dumbfounded and still are, because we were just not ready to receive such heartbreaking news. But we later realized that we cannot really glare, but we should celebrate the life of the gentle giant Paul was. We know he is watching down from heaven, and for sure, smiling, and the peace and the rest he finally got from his entire life of his dedication to the liberation and betterment of humanity. We pray that God will give you strength and courage in your time of bereavement. Take comfort in friendship, prayer, and peace in love. I truly lost words by the loss of this faithful servant. I believe that God loaned us one of the toughest soldiers in Paul. Paul was a tough political, academic, public servant, brother, friend, and a spiritual soldier. I met Paul when I was incarcerated on trial and charged with high treason by the former Bophuthatswana regime. Paul with Laura Taylor side by side would show up to visit with us relentlessly, countless times. They would devise the means to physically see me when it was clearly illegal to visit me at that time. I don't know how they did it. In trying to give the snippet I know about Paul, whom I found him to be a formidable force, blended in an amazing way. His power was infused in a humble, inspiring, intense power, respect and empathy, topped with full of wisdom. I later learned that this gift in him would always confuse and defeat and destroy negative forces of darkness. During his visits to Rooigrond maximum prison, when I was wrestling with the concept of death, since I was facing a possibility of death penalty, Paul would open the discussion by asking me, "Comrade, I came to see you and other comrades to make sure that you are getting yourself ready for the new dispensation." At times, I thought he must have lost his mind, but the confidence, assurance on his face, and prophetic sound of his calming voice would immediately erase all my fears, complaints, discouragements, and whinings. I would then catch a ride on his cloud of positiveness and nourish my soul with it. I recall his visitation during one of our hunger strikes on our 35th day or so at Bopilong Hospital. Paul Daphne and Laura Taylor showed up as always. This time they carried with them a camera. I recall Paul said to me, "Laura and I are here today to take some beautiful pictures with you and the rest of our comrades." I then pondered to myself, how do I take a beautiful picture when I am this skinny, weak to the bones, physically falling apart, at the point of death, in a hostile environment, in a territory covered with draconian laws? Paul didn't care about any pity party. We ended up taking the Paul's beautiful picture indeed. I am still pleased that we ended up taking those pictures today, to this day, because they are a depiction of our selflessness and relentlessness to the liberation of our people. Paul was always found in the company of the marginalized and distressed, and he would offer hope to all of us to look up to making it to see the dream of the new dispensation. Paul would always express gratitude in serving others. That alone did it for me in Paul Daphne. It made me want to give more of myself to the greater cause, because more often than not, we look at the harsh realities of the greater cause and realize that God's purpose and timing is always greater. I thank God to have lent us such a great angel and for the right season. The impact of Paul's presence and departure equally vibrates in my heart and invokes nothing but the spirit of thanksgiving, praises, and best hallelujah to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I thank my God in remembrance of you. In the fullness of time, we shall meet again. May your soul rest in peace, faithful servant, Timothy Perry, USA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Laura. We will now, because we are pressed for time, and it's very difficult at this stage when our leaders have got to speak, but unfortunately, we have spoken to them. I'm going to ask Comrade Lehari to come and pay tribute, and then immediately thereafter, the Premier will follow.
Thank you very much, Program Directors, Comrade Dagi Africa, and Mezodwa Mvulani, Honorable Premier of Northwest, Comrade Bushi Mape, MECs present here, Memuilwa, the Desambata and Me Mohono, Advisor to the Premier, Comrade Zixtolo and Comrade Sam Mukaila, Comrade Tato Poem, thank you very much. the executive mayor of Mahikeng, Mayor Tsepiso Petlu, councillors present here, ANC leadership here and Alliance present here, ANC Veterans League, so the Secretary, Comrade Swagwani, and also the veteran, Comrade Tolo, former Premier Professor Job Mukoro, Justice Yvonne Mukoro, Comrade Maxi Sulu and Messi Sulu, the choir, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Amandla, Mata, Kiarona, all power. Thank you very much. It's a little bit tough, or it's a history to talk after veterans and after former premiers, after professors. But I once addressed a memorial service of the late advisor of the bishop, Ramutullah, in attendance of Dr. B. Lekanyan 2 years ago. So I will manage the pressure. I will manage the pressure. Now, on behalf of the ANC in Northwest Province, I express my deepest condolence to the family. May they be with comfort. Why are we here today? We are here because Comrade Paul Daphne is no more. He has gone back home where he belongs to rest and to die no more. After 3 days, Jesus Christ returned to Galilee, or Hallelujah, and found his disciples and said to them, "Peace I leave with you. My peace I give to you. May peace be with you." Jesus was crucified at a spot outside Jerusalem called Golgotha, which is Aramaic means place of the skull. That is where Jesus ended. Comrade Paul ended in hospital. Let's accept that that is part of life, and let's accept that that is part of life, and we should accept it. His life is like a book that was open, which is now closed. Some have read it to the fullest, some did not. Some understood it, some did not fully comprehend it. To the family, ANC and the government, the patriarch is gone, the big baobab tree has fallen. The tree that served to provide the family with the shade in the blustering heat has been cut off. The tree that provided shelter to the family in stormy nights is gone. In real life, this means the provider, the protector, the guide is no longer there. Who will give guidance? Hands off. Only God knows. To the family and the government, the reservoir of knowledge has been emptied. What 7 ANC Mahikeng is bleeding, ANC Mahikeng sub-region is bleeding, Northwest Province ANC is bleeding, South Africa is bleeding. A real leader from the back has departed. What we have in Mahikeng, Comrade Paul played part. He played a role in ensuring Mahikeng becomes part of the changes that engulfed South Africa in 1990. He left an indelible mark at the politics of institution now known as the Northwest University Mahikeng campus. Life is like a journey. In the journey we come across many challenges. You may have a puncture through potholes, and that means your trip ends. The difference is that in life, you can find other means to continue with the trip. But in death, it is the end of the ends. At times, your journey is impeded by speed humps, at times by stop sign or robots. In real life, this could be compared to the person who gets ill and later gets better or passes on. Or, as in the case with Comrade Paul, his departure last week left us teary and shocked. The Holy Bible says there is time for everything. There is time to born, there is time to die. There is time to speak and time to keep quiet. There is time to meet and time to departure. Should have gone back home. Therefore, let's accept that Comrade Paul has played his role. He had made his contribution. And this is the time he has gone back home where he belongs. Let me qualify this by quoting Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., open quote. The arc of the moral universe is long but bends towards justice, close quote. He was a selfless human being. We shed a tear today for the man who believed that change takes long but it eventually happens. He served the government with distinction, a populous person who was comfortable to engage anyone on any topic. He chose early on his life to identify with the downtrodden and the marginalized, though he had all the privilege to live in a comfortable life had he chosen to do so. He had immersed himself in the struggle for freedom of this country. As it's captured in the obituary, he was an academic, an activist, and a consummate public servant. He chose to live his life to the fullest in service of the country he loved. He loved his country so much that he knew early that it was wrong to segregate South Africans in terms of the color of their skin. The Roman philosopher Marcus Tullius Cicero's said, and I quote, "The love of the dead is placed in the memory of the living close." Comrade Paul's politeness, dedication, and humility has been placed forever in our memory. The Venetian proverb reminds us that we can still learn so much from the life of Comrade Paul. Open quote. The living closed the eyes of the dead opened the eyes of the living, close quote. His dedication to the public service opens our eyes to the fact that you can make a difference without the glamour and the glare of the media. It is not dependent on who you are or where you are, which position you hold to make a difference. You can make a difference wherever you are, whoever you are, irrespective of the position you hold. It is the difference that we make by improving the lives of the people that we lead. Chuck Palahniuk captures this very well when he said, and I quote, "We all die. The equal is not to live forever. The goal is to create something that will," close quote. His life was exemplary. As former American President Abraham Lincoln reminds us, and I quote, "In the end, it is not years in your life that count. It is the life in your years," close. Matthew chapter 5, verse 4 reads thus, open, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted," close quote. Jesus Christ lived for 33 years, when Paul lived for 72 years, meaning after 21 years, he got keys. After 40 years, he began life. At 72 years, he got bonus. He lived 3 years more than Christ. Therefore, family, relatives, colleagues, comrades, and ANC community at large, let's release him. Let's celebrate his life and be grateful for having shared him with his family. In closing, Program Director, I skip some of my speeches because of you said we are behind time. In closing, Program Director, Indian writer Satya Sai Baba has left us with infinite ways. Open quote. Life is a song, sing it. Life is a game, play it. Life is a challenge, meet it. Life is a dream, realize it. Life is a sacrifice, offer it. Life is love, enjoy it. Go well, comrade, rest in internal peace. Amanda! Thank you, I save your time.
The Premier will give a eulogy, but just a quick announcement. Only the family will go to the cemetery, and the close friends and the Premier, because it is going to be at a very small space where the service will be concluded. Everybody else would remain here, and food would be served for those who would be remaining here. So thank you very much for cooperating with us, and we will now give the Premier the opportunity to give a eulogy.
Thank you very much, Program Directors, Daki Africa and Zodan Velani. But before I say anything, I want to invite my dearest sister, Eleanor Sisulu. I want to allocate 5 of my minutes to her. She spent time with Paul at the ISS at The Hague in the Netherlands. And they had formed a community of people from Africa who supported each other.
Family, friends, comrades of Paul political leadership, I think the Premier is insisting I speak to just bring a voice on behalf of Paul's friends internationally, because Paul's footprints have been all over the world. To speak to Paul about Paul as an internationalist and a feminist, and I think this probably hasn't been alluded to, which is why he's insisting I break protocol here and speak. So Paul was an internationalist. I served with Paul on the International Relations Committee at the ISS in 1985. And he was such a diplomat and had such a great knowledge of the politics of the continent as well as the developed world. And I owe Paul a personal gratitude because I was a young Zimbabwean woman studying there at the time. And there was, I think it was June 16, and Paul said, and we agreed we're going to have a special solidarity meeting. And being 1985, as you know, things were very hot in South Africa. So Paul said, I'll bring the ANC delegation. I've identified 2 speakers from the ANC, and they will come and speak. So the ANC speakers came, and one was Tessa Marcus, and the other one was Max Sisulu. So Paul introduced us. So I have a personal thank you to Paul for introducing me to my husband. And 37 years later, we are still together. So that was Paul the internationalist. But Paul was also the most feminist man that I know. We had different programs at the ISS, political development and economic, I forget the others, but I was in the Women and Development group. And it seemed that Paul was part of the Women and Development. And we had a group which stayed in touch till today, from Nelun from Sri Lanka, Nelun from Sri Lanka, Cheng from Malaysia, Tang from Thailand, Nandita from India, Hasna from Bangladesh, Adri from Netherlands, and Paul was the only woman in that group. And he was very comfortable. And I remember one time he stayed with the Asian women, they shared a house, and we would go there and there would be Nandita brings North Indian food, Tang brings the Thai cuisine to the table, Cheng the Malaysian, and then we would look at Paul and say, what are you bringing, Paul? And he would have this sheepish smile on his face. But he was a man who was very comfortable in the company of women. I don't know if Buni Sekhwale is here. He was another person who he worked with him very closely. And it's incredible when you think of it. In 1985, white South Africans had a very uncomfortable time internationally because of the apartheid. And sometimes people would judge a person as a white South African negatively. Even I was a bit hesitant when I met Paul. But Paul just overcame all those barriers. So he was an international who overcame and transcended differences. He was an ANC person, but he transcended the ANC. And I think the other thing is that Paul was it's been referred to, Paul was an environmentalist, very passionate. And it's ironic that Jeremy speaks about Paul as a baobab, because my last email to Paul was on January the 13th, when a young woman who's writing books, doing research on a book about baobabs, wanted some help. And I said, I know exactly the person who is going to help you. And I sent an email to Paul. And of course, unfortunately, Paul at that stage was not able to respond. So the work that a person does lives after them. So Jeremy, I think you'll have to pick up that spear of the baobab research and cooperate with this young woman. They say that Mark Antony, in his tribute to Julius Caesar in the Shakespearean play, said, "The bad that men do lives after them, the good lies interred in their bones." I think in the case of Paul, it's the opposite, that whatever he did bad, we've forgotten it, but the good will live after. And I can say to his family, and especially his children, if you go to Sri Lanka or Malaysia, Thailand, Holland, India, and you say, I'm Paul Daphne's child, doors will be opened to you. The good that he did will certainly live after him. Thank you.
Can I take this opportunity to say, is it now good afternoon to the family? Disa, Jeremy, Daniel, Laura, Gina, Tsidi, and Itumele. Can I also say hi to my big brother, Maxi Sulu, Zake Stolo, my brother, and to the colleagues I work with, the MECs, Leare, Sambata, Muilwa, and Mono. I greet you, and Mayor Tsepiso. I know Paul had colleagues all over the world, and I understand that this funeral service is being streamlined. I don't know whether that is the appropriate time to use, since I was born long before technology. But those that are at Ngoye and those that are at Forte, and even those that are at ISS, we greet you. We are happy that we could join us on this streaming. I want to greet my leaders in the SACP, in COSATU, and in the Veterans League. I want to say that I've been given a very difficult task, because whatever was there to be said about Paul has been said, and so what am I going to say? And I also think that people who spoke before me were more competent than myself to speak about Paul. The other problem is that then there is speech fatigue setting in. If people sit for a long time, they listen to speeches, they sometimes switch off. And so I will endeavor to really shorten my input and focus on a few things. To me, Paul was not a leader. People said he was a leader. He was a comrade, you understand now. I must write it in capital C. But more than anything else, Paul was my brother. And this thing of calling one another brother emerged in the late 70s, early 80s, when we got baptized in the struggle. We initially called one another comrade, comrade. But as the relationship grew, we started calling each other broer. Whether I was referring to Eric Muluki, or whether I was referring to Zwelakhe Sisulu, Vincent Mukhane, we called each other broer. And that is why I say, and that broer term meant that the relationship even transcended what is referred to as a comrade. So Paul was a brother to me. And so for me, the departure of Paul is the greatest bane in my life. I don't know whether I'll be in a position to face the next day in government without Paul. It's going to be a challenge for me. Of course, I have operated here in the 80s, 81, Ramatlabama, and so on. But later on, when I connected with some activists here, I connected with Paul. And so when I was released from prison, my first station was Rooigrond. No, Paul lives outside Rooigrond. I went there to the small structure where he was living with Laura. We had a discussion. Coming out of prison, the mandate was quite clear: intensify the struggle. And I was doing a quick audit of structures, underground structures of the ANC in what was then referred to as the Northern Cape. And so I had this discussion with Paul about things and so on. But we later met when I had left the employment that was provided to me by Maxi Sulu. I was working under him at the MEC as manager responsible for training. And before I left, my role was to try and help build economists that would be placed in the key civil service positions in the new government. Several people benefited from our program, like the governor of the Reserve Bank, Ketso Gordon, and others. But then I went to Canada with my friend Sfiso Butelezi through the MEC training program. And we did resource allocation in the public sector, which we called MIOP, multi-year planning. And it was just a 3-month course. And when Popo called me and said, come and join me here in the Northwest, we are trying to establish government, I was excited and I thought I had scarce skills. And I came down here. And my boss then, my immediate boss was Paul Daphne. And of course, our ultimate boss was, in the administration, was Job Mokoro. And the political boss was Popo Molefe. And then here, I was excited about these new concepts that I learned in Canada. And I said, I want to be in planning. Initially, I was given the responsibility to coordinate the RDP, but I said, I want to be in planning. And finally, I went to planning. And I found there one Danny Skuman. Our Blake mostly hello man. I found one Danny Skuman there. And I realized this man had experience in terms of planning in the old apartheid government and in what was Bophuthatswana. Now, with the story of path dependence, that whenever you start a new thing, invariably you also adopt and utilize old things. So he was very useful in understanding systems. But I was worried he was not using the same concepts I learned in Canada. And he was quicker than myself in solving problems. 3 months, I think I was too ambitious to think that I had learned something in Canada. But then we were joined by a very clever man, I won't mention his name, who was also exposed to this alternative resource allocation. Resource allocation, just another word for budgeting and planning, from where he had studied and where he had worked. And I started relying on him. And Paul Daphne was our boss. And so we would be in a management meeting and we would allocate responsibility to him. But he had a little bit of a problem. He was in love with his bottle. And so I relied almost 100% on him, to try and mitigate this old planning that Schoeman was good at. And then he's given the responsibility, and then it's this day that he must come and report, nowhere to be seen. And I get stressed. And then he would come, apologize profusely and explain and, make a commitment that this would never happen again. But lo and behold, next time there's a repeat. He was reporting to me. And so now Paul Daphne says, can't you discipline the fellow? But in all this, Paul Daphne demonstrated empathy and patience, because we developed a theory with Paul and said, people who come from exile, we didn't really do what we should have done to them. We should have cancelled them. And we didn't do that because they were exposed to a whole lot of things. So we had some explanation. But Paul showed, abundant patience with him. And so Paul was a patient man. I remember now, I won't mention names of other people. When we were working in government, there were these young people who established the Youth Commission. And, youth exuberance and so on. They would take government vehicles, They did not have driver's licenses, nor the authority to drive these vehicles. And they were not supposed to keep these vehicles over the weekend. But the worst, most of them got involved in accidents. And Paul had to deal with this situation. Again, without condoning wrongdoing, Paul would listen and see the... Now you must know that the young people believed that we are now in power. Like they say in some cases, comrades, siphethe la, re tshwere mo, ha gona potla re bolella. So they used to behave that way. But Paul, at all material times, was patient and listening and trying to explain. When the moment came that I was then approached and said, we want you to assist in the Northwest. I had a discussion with Zeke Stolo, Semu Kaila, and Fezile Ngobe and said, I think I must bring Paul in. There was no hesitation. Immediately said, good decision. And we allocated Paul this responsibility of helping us build the economy in the Northwest. We gave him numerous tasks. For a man over 70, and he carried out his duties and responsibilities diligently, Paul. You know, if you want just to understand the amount of work he was given, interact with departments and say, you know, did Paul call you and what did you do? Or go to the Northwest Chamber of Commerce. You know, what did he do and so on. And in all this, you know, Paul, I would say, Paul, I saw an article by the IMF on South Africa on this and this, and it's 60 pages. I want that information in 3 pages, Paul. How many days do you require? 2 days, 3 days? Okay, 3 days. And Paul, just the salient points and implications for us. And he would do that assignment. And when we prepared for the one-on-one with departments, what Paul would do is that he would get information about departments. Various information, whether it's financial information, HR information, service delivery information, and he would analyze that. Of course, Sam Mukaila was also allocated a responsibility similar to that, but focusing on other departments. And he would then come with some suggestions as to how to tackle these issues. And we really formed a team. And Paul was also there to sometimes moderate my disappointment and my anger. Sometimes I would feel that this is just plain incompetence or mediocrity. And Paul would say, He would play the role that Mom Ruth used to play in my life. Mom Ruth used to say, Busilo ke bogobe bo a tsidifadiwa. I would go to Mom Ruth's house and go and complain about this and that. And I told Paul the story. And Paul used to repeat, whenever I was hot under the collar, Paul would repeat the same thing. What do you say about that thing? Soft porridge. And so meaning, calm down. If you try to engage others when you are angry, you'll make mistakes. Because a person that is angry is no different from a jilted lover. Be careful. That was his advice. There was a case one day, we met a group that presented to us, and I was really fuming. And I showed the group the door, and Paul said, unilateral declaration of independence. I said, what does that mean? I said, but we are supposed to comment before you. You didn't even afford us the opportunity to comment. You just said people must, but the premier must be careful. People should not see that you are angry. And so this is the role Paul was playing. So when the challenge of the Tsobotla came, we gave the responsibility to Paul. We gave that responsibility to Paul. I tell Paul, I was listening to some people, they're saying that we are feeble, we are meek, we are timid, and so on. We are not dealing with the situation. They even say we don't have ideas as to how to deal with the Tsobotla. But you know, Comrade Bushi, those who are not in the situation, sometimes they think they know better. And Paul went into the Tsobotla. It was his assignment. And working with Andre, as you know, he saw van Oggend hier gesien. Andre of the Northwest Chamber of Commerce. Are you still here? Ek dink hy het toe ons verlaat. They formed a task team with Paul. And Paul said, we want to ensure that we restore services here in the Chobotla. And they were ready to patch potholes. And they did that in what they identified as commercial roads. They even went to the extent of fixing traffic lights. Paul was almost every second day in the Chobotla. Now, if you don't know crisis, just think about it. You have 2 mayors, you have 2 speakers, you have 2 municipal managers. And these 2 municipal managers, every day they go to APSA. They both want to be signatories to the checkbook. And Paul must come in there and manage this situation. I said, Paul, people are saying we are meek, timid, we don't. He went in there. In the end, the advice I got from him and others is, let's recommend to the party to dissolve this municipality. And so the municipality was dissolved. But Paul kept his involvement, continued there in that municipality. You know, even when there was a struggle about the coalition formation, you know, we are not party political, we are government. But he played a role there to advise, to cajole, to coax. You know, sometimes we are not alive to political realities out there, because some thought that they could still call the shots. But in that situation, the shots may be called by Clayton Mackenzie, and you must know how to manage him. But if you want to know the contribution Paul made in the Chobotla, speak to Patrick Musiani, who was administrator there. Or speak to the MEC then, that was brand new then, Nono Maloi, who went there and attended several meetings there with Paul. And who called me and said, oh, on volition, you know, the role that Paul is playing there is critical if we want to succeed. But another responsibility we gave Paul was engagement with business sector, economic stakeholders. And again, in this instance, he excelled. You know, I was phoned by PPM. PPM is Pilanesberg Platinum Mine, you know, said to me, we know how you feel. We have been in meetings with you and Paul. We want to make a financial donation. Said, you know, and I was called by the CEO of Supreme Chicken, you know, Brandon de Boer. He said, the passing of Paul is a great loss to us. And this management of the stakeholders, Northwest is an agricultural province. So invariably we must have a relationship with the farmers, the Boere. And this is what Paul had to do to mobilize them behind government programs. And so I know Butaditoy Asni Hisoni, Butaditoy from Agri Northwest. We met several times with them. We met with the Northwest Corporation, and out of those meetings, Northwest Corporation agreed to maintain roads, particularly roads that were connecting farms to towns in order that they must be in a position to transport their produce to the market and so on. And Paul is the one who was chasing public works. Noordwers Corporatie is waiting. They want to sign this MOU that they are going to repair the roads. And ultimately it happened. En ek weet hulle is nie hierso nie. Ek wens hulle was hier, of ek wens hulle is iewers en hulle is ook deel van die streaming. Last week one of them called me. Tell me, Paul Daphne is no more. What's going to happen? I don't have an answer to that question. And I want to say to them, Boeta de Plessis, Andre, voorwaarts. Ons gaan aan met hierdie werk, wat Paul begin het. Ons doen dit terwille van hom. Ons doen dit terwille van ons kinders. En ons doen dit terwille van ons land en van ons nageslag. When he said that to me, Bushi, tell me, with Paul not in the picture, what's going to happen to the Chobota, to this and this and that. Now, let me try to respect the command from my leader, Daki Africa, and move to a close. And Paul used to tease me. You know, he also had his side of banter. I see all of you, when who spoke here, projected him as a very serious person. He had his side of humor. But I told him a story, Comrade Max. I told him a story about Vela Pillay. You know, when I was working at the MEC, initially Vela Pillay was the director before Comrade Max. So I reported to Vela Pillay. And so Vela Pillay gave me an assignment to call Benon Dulu and so, Benon Dulu in Kenya, and so in Australia, and Mike Sampson in the US. These were economists for something. And, you know, I struggled to I got their PAC, struggled, and I went to Vela Pillay's office, and I said, oh, what do you want to say? You know, if you know Vela Pillay, you know, if you know, he's just in the mold of governing Mbeki and so on. You know, you are given a task, do it. You know, I said, don't worry, I've already done it. So I narrated this episode to Paul. So whenever I complained about someone being sloppy, not meeting the deadline, the quality of work and so on, I say, do a Vela Pillay. And it was difficult because, you know, I can't be a civil servant, can't do a Vela Pillay. So Paul had his side of banter. So we go to a farewell party, we arranged for my big brother job. And so we come back from there. and Paul gives me feedback. He says, hey, you know about feedback I'm getting? I said, no. That we may be the first province that organized a farewell party for an outgoing premier. I said, oh la la. He said, but what? You know, I was starting with banter. You must be careful of that God. What do you call that God? I said, which God? The God of wine. I said, oh, Bacchus. You must be careful of Bacchus. I said, oh, why are you saying that? And he said something like, in vino veritas. You know what that means? That wine, you know, makes you say a lot of things that you wanted to keep secret. He said, Paul, why? He said, you know, when you were with Job, you said a lot of things. A lot of things like that. He said, you told him a story about his sisters. And so what's wrong? You said to him you knew his sisters around 74, 75, and that you used to frequent his home in Postmasburg, you know. He said, I said that? And what did Job say? He said, Job said to you, is there a story you want to tell me? But that was Paul with his band. And so I have numerous jokes that, particularly about English and so on. You know, you must ask Comrade Zakes and Comrade Mokaila in our meetings. They'll prop up these difficult English words, and we look in the direction of Paul and say, Paul, tell us, what does this mean? Says, I want to tell you I'm an Englishman, but I don't know. Let me move towards closure. And let me say that Paul was very political. Very political. I discussed with him. You know, when I wanted to say something to Paul, I will just walk over there. And Paul never called me Premier. Never called me that. Comrade Bushi, Comrade Bushi. Comrade, my big brother, Comrade Zakes. I don't encourage that. I'm afraid these trappings, you know, they stick on you. And when you have to go, you know, you say, hey, now he's going to call me Premier. So we had numerous discussions about the ANC. And we agreed with Comrade Paul, particularly when I came back. You know, in the province, there were stresses. I won't elaborate. I'm sure people from here will tell you about them, particularly after the conferences. But Paul's guiding hand was there. With the team, of course, my advisors, how to manage the situation. His guidance was always there. And you know, I think this is one of the shortcomings of the younger generation. You know, their shortcoming. The ability to correctly, you know, impassionately, and you know, sometimes it may take time to analyze the situation. To analyze the situation you are in, and to develop appropriate strategic and tactical responses. Because there may be tactical responses that you have to apply, and ability to follow through. I see that, of course, maybe it's how we qualify young people, that they're impatient. They want things to be done like yesterday. But that ability to analyze a situation, and when we say dispassionately, you are not placed at the center of this analysis. It's not you. It's not about you. It's about the situation, either in the municipality, in the country, or in this. It's not about you. You may even be called upon to make certain sacrifices. You may even be called upon to hold your ego in check. Say, ego, wait. I was saying to Paul, you know, these profanities that I see in social media, you know, hurled at me, what you say, I ignore them. But I had learned that lesson from my leaders, you know, and I won't take too much of your time, Daki. I want to move to closure. One day, myself again with Siso Butelezi in prison, we thought we were wise. We arranged this hunger strike in prison because we could not subscribe to this notion that we can't get TVs because we are new arrivals. So we arranged this hunger strike. And we got called to B section. B section is where the leaders were kept. Of course, at that time, Mandela and Sisulu were not there. But Governor Mbeki was there, Wilton Mkwai was there, Henry Gwala was there, Motsoaledi was there. So they called us to this section. And I said, do you belong to the ANC? He said, yes. How come you embark on a hunger strike without our permission? We are an organization. Here, you don't just do as you wish. We have experiences of hunger strike. You have to prepare it. You have to mobilize the community out there. But the big lesson I want to give to you is, then we protested, we said, some people there, bazostuka paiseleni masisibatshena ukuthi funeka siyeke le hunger strike. We made a mistake. We nominated these people to be leaders in the section. A leader. What type of leaders are you? What do they take away from you? And so as Paul is speaking to me about these social media attacks that we have to sustain sometimes with him and Zakes and Mukaila about the Northwest government not doing anything about this and that, old people who can't think and so on. It's in the territory. This is what people are going to, the two of you. I want to conclude that we believed with Paul that we were at the cusp, at the dawn, where we think it's going to be possible to reclaim the position of the ANC as leader of society. And this derives from our analysis of the outcome of the Nasrec conference. There are now younger people in the majority in the NEC, and a vast majority of them are people with PhDs and master's degrees. Of course, we know the primacy of politics and that education is very important, but it's secondary. But what we analyzed was that, I won't mention their names, the majority of them are not intoxicated, nor are they hypnotized by this thing of belonging to the RET or the CR22. They are not, because I meet people who are thoroughly intoxicated and hypnotized by this thing that they are CR22 and they are victorious and they want some of us to be beholden to them. And these young Turks, if you like, these brilliant minds that I have observed, they don't align with these things. Their loyalty to the ANC. Now, as I conclude Daki Africa, I want to say that Paul Daphne was a trusted leader, a servant of the people, and an agent for change. We can pay homage to him if we try to follow in his footsteps. Many people have said it, and my big brother Jeremy said it, no lip service. Can you be a trusted leader, a loyal servant, and an agent for change? This is not my original ideas. These were the words used during the centenary of the ANC. I get them from there. And this relates to what I think is Tato, who talked about class suicide. And having read a little bit on class suicide from Amika Cabral, I know that you can't say to me here, you are disciplined, cadre, at all material times. Discipline is something you exhibit whenever you are faced by a situation. Some situations are simple, you take a decision, I'll do it or I'll not do it. Some are quite complex. Some are very complex. And so you can't, according to Amika Cabral, say, I'll always be disciplined. It depends on the type of situation that is confronting you. And to quote Thabo Mbeki, you rely on the 3 Ps. The 3 Ps to deal with it. If you don't have them, the first P, it's principles, and that will refer to values. Are you familiar with them? Do you understand them? The second P, it's policies. Are you aware when you do something, are you doing it within the parameters of the policies of the ANC? Or you think you can just do things? Is it within the parameters of the policies of the ANC? The third P is programs, and this calls for activism. Are you implementing programs of the ANC? So when we talk about discipline, we don't talk about a concept that is just hanging in mid-air. It relates concretely to reality. So I want to conclude by saying, Paul was my brother. Was my brother. I've heard such stories about Paul and his journey in life. And those stories sometimes made me cry. How sometimes we can exhibit cruelty to gentle souls. Gentle souls. And I want to say that, Paul, my brother, you leave me without a guiding star. You leave me without a compass. And my consolation is that I took you seriously. And the times we spent together were quite meaningful to me. And I hope that I will always cherish those lessons I learned from you. Farewell, my brother. Farewell, my friend.
Thank you very much, Premier, for that moving tribute. We really understood the context and the situation, and that is why we generously allowed that you should express the way in which you knew Comrade Paul and what he meant to you. At this stage, ladies and gentlemen, we are pressed for time in terms of tradition. We were supposed to have been out of here and out of the graveyard by 12. But I'm sure we will be forgiven that sometimes those who have done more in our lives, we at times need time to reflect on how and what they mean to us. So I'm sure, Premier, we will talk to some of the people here to really appeal to the traditional leadership. We're not trying to undermine this. It's really hard. It's really difficult. So we will hope that they will forgive us and bear with us under the circumstances. We will call to the stage Mmabatho Daphne to render an item, and thereafter a sermon by Professor Hammond, and then we'll announce the pallbearers and the process going forward. I've been requested to just correct the choir behind us is actually a choir from the African Methodist Episcopal Church. It is not from where it was initially thought to have come from. It is from the AME Church in Moses Reed. We are very sorry to have allocated you somewhere else. You still belong to the church there.
This is I was asked to sing one of the songs that I wrote. I write gospel music, and this was the most appropriate song that I could think of because it's about the end of the road of life and meeting Jesus face to face. And I know that my dad is with the Lord now, so this is it. Your joy is my strength forever, and I will wait for you. We'll drink of the fruit of the vine when I am with you. Yet now, Lord, you give my soul strength to carry your commands, for the gospel is at hand. And I journey on to be in this race, and at the end of the road, I will be with you forever. You will be plain to my eyes, how I long for that more than anything. And I will look upon the scars that you bore, so I could be with you there and then. Rivers of water, let them flow from my belly. The Holy Spirit will show all who you are through me. And now, Lord, you give my soul strength to carry your commands, for the gospel is at hand. Now journey on to be in this race, and at the end of the road, I will be with you forever. You will be plain to my eyes, how I long for that more than anything. And I will look upon the scars that you bore, so I could be with you there and then. You will be plain to my eyes, how I long for that more than anything. And I will look upon the scars that you bore, so I could be with you there and then. I find my delight in you, my heart in heaven, where you're enthroned. Oh, how will I dare to kiss your pierced hands and feet for all you've done? I find my delight in you, my heart in heaven,
where you're enthroned. Oh, how will I dare to kiss your pierced hands and feet for all you've done? You will be plain to my eyes, how I long for that more than anything. And I will look upon the scars that you bore, so I could be with you there and then.
Choir, as the prof is coming for the sermon, you can just make a little, give us a serenation as she comes up.
Thank you for the beautiful music, and thank you, Matthew, for yours as well. I've been asked to preach today as a personal friend of Paul and the family, and as a lay minister in the Anglican Church, where Paul did occasionally come and worship. I knew Paul many years ago when he was a lecturer at Unibo, as it was then, and then later when he returned to Mahikeng. Daniel and Matthew were playmates with my children, Fiona and Callum. And Paul and Laura became very good friends with me and my husband, James. And then recently, we were happy to re-establish contact when Paul returned to Mahikeng again. So I would like to read from Paul's first letter to the Corinthians, chapter 15. For this perishable nature must put on the imperishable, and this mortal nature must put on immortality. When the perishable puts on the imperishable, and the mortal puts on immortality, then the saying that is written will come true: death has been swallowed up in victory. Where, O death, is your victory? Where, O death, is your sting? The sting of death is sin, and the power of sin is the law. But thanks be to God, who gives us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. Therefore, my dear brothers and sisters, be steadfast. Always give yourselves fully to the work of the Lord, knowing that your labor in the Lord is not in vain. Death is swallowed up in victory. St. Paul, and I shall try to avoid confusion here between St. Paul and Mr. Paul Daphne. He must have been a very brave man to write this and to believe it, because we all think that it is death which swallows everything else up. We all know that we must die one day. Whatever we shall do, we shall die, but we do not know the time or the hour. We are certain death awaits us, and yet we are uncertain when it will come. Therefore, we could say death is the uncertain certainty. We know we will die, but very few people want to die. Most of us fear death. Indeed, if we were told the angel of death was standing in front of our doors, I believe that nearly all of us would try and escape through a back window. We know we will die, but each one of us at one time or another has probably said, "Not yet, please not yet." But each day of our lives is a day's march nearer home. It is a step towards the grave. But St. Paul is saying here that death has been conquered. For the Christian, death is not the journey's end. The resurrection of Jesus shatters any theory that man goes down into darkness and ceases to be. The crucifixion was not the end of Jesus. He rose from the dead, and by the power of his resurrection, he gives us spiritual strength in the face of all calamities, including death. God's love never forsakes those who are baptized into Christ and are therefore baptized into his death and raised up with him in his resurrection. It is true we must die. We shall not take our earthly bodies with us. They remain here because they belong to the stuff of the material world. But the person, the individual, whatever it is that makes you and me, shall be raised and clothed with a body adequate for the condition of its new existence. To every Christian who believes in the life of the world to come, death is but a gate which leads into fuller and more beautiful life, in which God shall wipe away all tears from all faces, where there shall be no more pain, no sorrow, no crying, and no more death, a life in which we shall see God as he is and be with him forever. We need not fear for ourselves or our loved ones to enter a life which we believe to be infinitely better and happier. Today we have come to celebrate the life of our brother Paul. We have a faith which tells us that this is not the end of the road, but it's the beginning of a new chapter in our lives, where we can find something, no matter how small or how big, something about his life's contribution that we can adopt as our own code for living a wholesome life. As we reflect on our relationship with Paul, as we think about those qualities of his which impacted on us in positive and wholesome ways, we also see that Jesus demonstrated how we ought to live our lives so that we impact positively, meaningfully, and richly on other people's lives. That the gifts we have been born with, the skills we have acquired, the talents we have honed, may all be used to benefit those around us. The message that Jesus offered was that we are already dead when we fail to care for each other, when we fail to reach out to help each other, when we fail to act with responsibility and accountability, when we fail to celebrate blessings, when we fail to forgive. But the message that Jesus offered is also that we are already experiencing eternal life when we act with integrity, when we work for justice, when we love mercy, and when we walk humbly in the way of God. So today, as we commit our brother Paul to the full care of our gracious Lord, we recall his integrity and his loyalty and commitment to what he believed in, and we will try to emulate him in this. To the family, Your task today is to draw from that faith which you have and which Paul turned to for strength, a faith which will strengthen you in the days ahead. Remember that you are not alone. You will always have the fond memories, which will not always bring tears to your eyes, but you will remember and you will smile, you will laugh, you will give thanks for all you shared. To all the friends and colleagues here today, one of the secrets of life is to add value to other people's lives, to lift stress rather than add. As friends, we do that for each other. Your presence here is a wonderful indicator of your commitment to share a burden, a sorrow, a loss, and to join in thankful remembrance with the family who mourn. So may he rest in peace, and may his memories be a blessing. Amen.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the consoling message to the family and friends. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come at least to the end of this part here, and this is how we want proceedings to go. We only, as we initially announced, going to request everybody to remain here so that they can get food here, and only the family and immediate members of the family, the speaker, the premier, and the leadership can go to the graveyard. And we would also request that the choir should also go there to go and assist with serenation. At this stage, I think we have received the prayer, and I want to call forward the following pallbearers. Daniel and Matthew Daphne should come to the front. Mutusi Shupinyani, Diale Kansi, Muluki Lechodi, Temba Gwabeni, Kaelo Marupifela, Thabo Sejanamani, Franz Mukumani, le Dr. Thabo Rangaka. They will help us to carry our brother and comrade, and the family will then proceed together with the priest and the choir to the graveyard, and everybody else will remain here so that they can then receive any refreshments. Or refreshments will be served here, and you can stay here. Thank you very much. Harilo re dirile phoso bagaetsho re kopa le re inele matsogo metsing. We want to extend our sincere and humble apology to the traditional leadership that it is sometimes very difficult to compress a service of this nature into the time provided, and we want to really sincerely apologize. The family will then follow, and then together with the premier and the leadership, this side as indicated, and everybody else will remain here to get refreshments. Thank you very much.
Sorrow.
you.